And we are live with a little Upsurge esports action coming at you. I'm FBI Tugbot. I'm here with the man JT Displays. We got hypertension down there in producer's box, producing away and making our jobs as casters just so much easier. We do appreciate that. You can tell by my head nods, like with the emphasis, right, JT?
Oh yeah. We're just nodding away, bouncing. So some good
Oh yeah,
beats in that
oh yeah,
pregame. Yeah, some
yeah.
good beats.
Oh yeah. We're vibing out here. We're vibing. What we got is intense. A 2-2 team coming in through after, correct me if I'm wrong here, JT. This is a squad that faced, excuse me, the two most competitive teams in the Octane division. Is that a fair statement? That was what their two losses came from?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got Team
Hmm.
Volted and Monkey Boy. Intense came up against both of them, unfortunately, early on in the season here. But this is a team that's sneakily good at 2-2. Sure, Team Volted, Monkey Boy, they're at the top of the standings there for good reason. But Intense Gaming, sure, they're tied for second with Untamed Gaming in the
Hmm.
placement right now. But I got a feeling coming up against Hawkeye Community College Varsity there, they could very well be propelling themselves into that top three conversation, and it's certainly looking to be a good spot for them as they start thinking about those playoffs.
Hmm.
Not too far down the road here.
No, I'm with that. I'm with that. What we are looking at now, week 5.
hmm Yeah,
Looking at
week
8 regular weeks, I believe, right?
seven regular week.
7 regular
Yes, we
weeks,
got
and
we
then
got 2 more weeks after this week here, so it's getting close, and you just got to start thinking in the back of the mind, hey, playoffs are starting to happen soon.
that is where all of these teams are going to have that attention kind of focused towards. Now, talk to me a little bit about the Hawkeyes Community College team.
They have had a rough time with things so far. I mean, to be fair, they've been up against Volted. They've been up
Hmm.
against Black Mamba Esports, who swept them as well. They've
Yeah, looking
also
forward to
been up
that
against
fight.
Monkey Boy, and but they did manage to get something over Untamed Esports, so they do have something over a
Hmm.
decent squad there. But they've had a rough time with things. They've been smacked around on the pitch there, so I hope that
That's
they're
fair.
looking to try to bounce back on this game here. Look at this game as an opportunity to be, hey, we're the underdogs right now. Let's use this opportunity to say maybe we sneak in as a little unsuspecting and pop them in the face.
Yeah, a little dark horse action, right? The
Exactly.
unsuspected rider in the night coming to snatch away victories from the jaws of defeat. Now, Monkey Boy, another really high-end team here. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, one of these two teams are the only teams to have taken a map or taken a game, I guess you could say, off of that Monkey Boy squad. Is that correct?
Right.
Like
Yeah.
intense, right?
Yeah. And intense gaming there. Let me look at that. Yeah, they did lose 3-1 there, so they're the only ones to
Yep.
lose one game or
Yep.
take
But
one
it
game
is
off Monkey Boy. But it
exactly.
is time now for the kickoff game number one between Intense Gaming and HCC Varsity. The Hawkeyes or the Red Tails, excuse me, ready to go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Speaking of those Hawkeyes, that's Cole, Colin, and Antique. We got Fire, Broken, and Twitch coming on out here from the side of our Intense Gaming squad. Again, Intense coming in 2-2, and their only two losses thus far coming from the two best squads in that Octane division. Now we'll see Dominus division next. That'll be, oh, what is it? I'm not 100% sure. I should have written those down. I apologize. There you go. That's what it is. It's Legends versus Fractured Memory.
Vengeance.
Thank you, Floating Ninjas. Excuse me. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you,
Yeah,
Floating.
Ninjas, Legends, Vengeance, something like that. Either way, a shot
Okay.
in by
Okay. There
Broken.
you go. That's why we got JT displays. I appreciate you. I'm gonna go ahead and turn him up so I can hear him a lot better.
As Intense Gaming get the scoring started here. Broken making a broken play and making the best of it here to get
Hmm.
the first goal for Intense Gaming. 4 minutes and change on the clock still to go here. The HCC Varsity there already shipping the first goal, trying to deny the second one here. An opportunity for them early to try to claw back into this one here. I mean, they're only down one goal though, so they shouldn't be discouraged just yet.
I am with that. Now, I wanted to give a little bit of update. Yeah, Team Volted, that was the 4 series win, near 0 series loss. So interesting stuff. Monkey Boy's up there as well, but I knew that Volted had really shown up, but we'll talk more about them later. This is intense, and this is Hawkeye Community College. That's the what'd you see? The Red Tails. Yes, that's what it was. The Red Tails coming in. I think that'd be easier to refer to them as that come in through here, and also I like the the imagery, right?
Right. I mean, the red-tailed hawk's one of the most,
I think
most.
they're very populated throughout North America. Oh wow, there's
Yeah.
almost everything in a bag of chips there. Cole getting a nice little save, throw a halo on top, and call it epic. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. I was actually going to give you some fun bird facts about the red-tailed hawk. The fact that they can actually shoot their excrement out, about 5 feet behind them here, as they now
Wow.
shoot this one into the back of the net with just as much velocity, 78 kilometers per hour.
Yes, that is the confirmed wind speed velocity of ejected red-tail hawk feces. Everybody, JT Display is coming in with that hot knowledge. Love to see it.
Yeah, you don't want to get hit in the eye with that for sure.
That is fair. You put an eye out, kid. I can almost guarantee you on that one. Now, we got 3 minutes left in this matchup in game number 1. Now, this is a best of 5, right, JT?
It is a best of 5, as always, until we start getting into the meat of the playoffs there. But that's another story for 3, 4, 5 weeks down the road here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My point being, though, game number 1 always going to be that feeler out. Like, both teams going to get a solid taste for the others, even if they haven't, or even if they have played before. They played each other before. It's always individual performances on individual days. That's esports for you. Halftime, 1-1, tied up. Might as well be 10-10. Doesn't matter. Broken from the side. Antique taking this out. Antique with a decent little run there, but that was the man, I believe, Fire in the back there to get a really nice backslap to just keep this play alive for his squad. Blue, that's intense, trying something. Varsity getting this one taken away for right now. Can't get up to this one, and the entirety of this intense gaming squad is very mana starved. Just boost starved. You can tell how much Magic the Gathering I've been playing.
Hey, yeah, I'm all about that blue-white control deck. All right, I was Jace Beller, and that was when I got into it.
You are the worst person.
Everyone hates that. Oh man, but that's all right.
Low decks that
I'm just gonna negate all the hate. I'm just gonna negate all the hate.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, so for anybody who's not in the know, whoever is not cool enough to have played Magic the Gathering back in the day, blue-white is, blue in general, but white in particular, especially in the combination, known for its annoying and very slow controlling gameplay, doing all kinds of things to force out things like you can't play instant spells and other things like this. We'll talk about Magic the Gathering a little later. This is
I think it's applicable here. You want to control the pitch here in Rocket League.
My goodness, Broken almost doing everything that he needed to get this one. And that was even like a little bit of fake action there towards the end. Colin trying to keep this one away. Nicely done. Set this up down bottom for Antique and a nice little kickoff that sent this one flying for the time being. Got to about half pitch before it was interrupted.
No, you're fine. I was gonna say, like, both teams doing their best to try to control this one, but Broken able to get in there again. The second goal for Intense Gaming. It is 2-1 now. Less than a minute to go here, and the blue side certainly controlling the deck of the game so far.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All the cards in their hand. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Was that Broken? My goodness, I've been casting for 6 days straight, and I think you guys can hear like the raspiness a little bit. We'll keep this alive. Only 2 games here on the docket for Rocket League. We'll be rounding out the night with a little bit of League of Legends action. We'll talk about some of the absolute goated casters and hosts that you'll be seeing in that a little bit later. I believe Broken has gotten both of these shots. No, Cole has gotten one, excuse me. That's the information that I was looking for. 30 seconds here, JT. Take it away.
Final 30 seconds, an opportunity as Intense Gaming continues their approach into the offensive side of the field. Saved there by Colin, but here comes Fired, and Fired comes it with a 3-1 lead here.
Fired. That's going to be some quick stuff right here. Nice little clip play on that, and now requiring a score every 11 seconds on average for the side of the Hawkeyes, the Red Tails, just to tie this one up. Not ideal situations, and that's even a worse way to start. Antique trying to take this one over the side. Colin doing his part, but nice takeaway there from Twitch as Colin and co. Now taking this out. If Twitch didn't touch that last and he got this shot and a little bit of time left, I'd see that, but as it is, no shot, as the kids say.
But it will be game number 1, Rule 0 in effect here. Leave it up as long as they can. No, says Fired or Fire D. I'm not sure. We'll figure out if it's Fired up like his fans are, or if it's Fire D. Either way, they get the V for victory in game number 1.
A lot of letters coming at you really quickly right there. Sometimes you put them together and you make these things called words. And we use those words to tell you what is going on in this game. Fantastic stuff. I can't claim credit for the original idea there. Commentary has been around for a while, but I really wish I could.
Yeah, and with those words there, you can sometimes create puzzles, and then you have a puzzle master like Will Schwartz, and you're listening to him
Mhm.
on the NPR on the weekends there. But
NPR. Wow.
yeah,
Wow.
very
We were
cultured.
talking about how you and I are both spitting distance away from 30, but I didn't say it so obviously as you just did.
Hey, listen, sometimes I like the marketplace. Kai Rizal's voice, just like silken, golden.
I'm
But
with it. I'm with
game
it.
number 2 is ready to
And
go. They
vocal
are
velvet.
roasting me for my
Yes,
intro.
sir.
Chat, if you love NPR like me, support your local radio station and donate your
Support
car.
your local radio station. I did not wake up this morning, JT, and think I was going to hear that statement said to me.
It's 2021. Anything's possible, as they say.
That's
We're
true.
2
That's
months into
true.
it here, and Broken is trying to continue this onslaught here for Intense Gaming as they really ramping up the pressure on the orange half of the field. Opportunity for them to work the defense of the Red Tails.
I'm with it. I'm with it. Trying to get those anti-air guns out here for these high-flying birds, and there you go. Intense striking against them. Anti-aircraft. What firearms have been utilized? I don't know. I don't know what the verbiage is there. Lightning bolts. I'm with that. I'm with that. The original anti-aircraft. The original anti-bird.
I was going to say that maybe they're catching a little bit of flack, like World War II
Uh-oh.
anti-aircraft there,
I'm with
or
that.
they could be heat-seeking missiles because that one came straight from Fired there. Exactly.
I think it's from
Intense Gaming.
Simpsons. I can't.
Hey, if you want to talk about ordnance, Fired.
Not ideal. I believe
Managing
that
to
was
find-
actually an own.
Mm,
Hang on. Oh
Yeah,
my
that was a
goodness.
great
Yeah,
rebound
wow.
there.
So faking out casters, faking out players, faking out time and space itself right there in front of goal as well. Intense looking real fine. Real fine coming in the first minute of this game number 2.
Again, if you're just looking just at records, that 2-2, someone thinking, oh, they might be sneaky good. Nah, I'm just like they are legit good. I
Oh,
think they are the top
no.
3
You
team
had-
here in the Octane Conference, and Broken just continuing to pour it on here. Buzzy there.
Busey, like Gary.
No, it's 2 Z's. It's 2 Z's, like a B.
No, I got you. We'll just call him. Wait, what'd you call him? What'd you wanna
Buzzy.
call him? Buzzy. All right, Buzzy like a bee, like Lightyear. I'm with it.
Or just like a buzzy body, like
A busybody. No, I hear you.
Yeah.
I have one of these. I have a saying that's like one of those things, like kind of like anecdotal, I guess, a little bit, that I actually like came up with, and I feel like it's one of those things that like a lot of like older people quote. Anyway, it's like nice and succinct, like really like mouthy, pithy, I guess is the right word. Nice little bounce action there. But Cole's actually he's a fantastic defender. Can't get too hyped for those, knowing that he's going to easily block these away. My point is, the saying is busy is better than its opposite. Isn't that nice and pithy and like kind of like succinct but wordy as well?
But what's its opposite? Because I mean, a lazy day
Busy is better than its opposite.
in my bed
being
on a
busy is
Sunday
better
morning.
than its opposite. You know what I'm saying? Like having like a
Okay.
busy schedule is, busy
like-
are better than.
But like on a cold winter morning, in the flannel sheets on your bed, just like got the sunlight kind of creeping in through the window there. You got coffee, like
No, I mean that's too many
not
words.
busy,
that's the
but
thing.
that just sounds really nice,
Oh, it's really nice, but that's too many words. You can't put that on a tombstone.
Watch me.
Hey, there you go. We just took a turn for the dark here.
Somebody
Halftime
give me a
is
cadaver.
my God. Halftime now as the Red Tails are failing to put up anything so far. Little goose egg come out from them, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
It's another bird. It's another bird.
Yeah, no, that's what I was going for. Broken putting up a second here. That's the second shot on goal, second goal in. Man's got an assist as well. Intense, looking very fine.
Absolutely, 4-0 here. 2:16 left to play officially on the clock here. I'm wondering here, do they let a goal in from the Red Tails? Red Tails are certainly they're known for their eyesight. The bird is there, as well as their
That's
very
very true.
razor sharp
Very
talents.
true.
But they usually go after small game there because large, intense game tends to frighten them off.
That does make sense. Now the NTNS would be interesting. What is their intense? Do you have any idea what their mascot is? Anybody? Floating voice as well, Hyper. A lightning bolt. Oh, okay. Well, man, we know how that usually goes. Got it. That does make sense. seeing the seeing the end there with the lightning bolts on the end. Having a lot of fun here. We're getting into last 90 seconds or so. Hawkeyes. Do I keep? Yeah, Hawkeye Red Tails. Is that right? Like the Hawkeye Community College Red Tails. Anyway, this is a squad that is just really needs to get more of these offensive opportunities now. Whereas Colin and Cole after that it was a decent shot, but it was blocked away easily, right? Like these are high flying, high tier Rocket League players. You're not going to get easy scores like that, very frequently.
Yep. And but that being said, I think that Intense Gaming I had a feeling they would come here to make a statement, and currently they're doing just that. The Red Tails, they're doing their best to hang with them here, as it's now going to be 5-0, less than a minute to go here. Intense Gaming, they wanted to show that we're in prime form, heading, as we start getting tuned up for those playoffs and the hot hand in the playoffs. There, you take those losses early. That's a smart thing to do in a division like this.
Fair.
Get your losses early, get tuned up, and say, all right, we know who beat us now. Now let's go out and show that we can hang with them and beat them.
I'm with it. Yeah, like hang with the big dogs, right?
Exactly.
Riding that different kind of pack. 5-0. It's certainly possible. It is very, very unlikely for a team to come back at this point. If you're the Hawkeyes, you're going to be looking towards our game number 3. Now, really getting at least one score in here is more about momentum than trying to actually win the game, And that is definitely something they could use to roll through into game number 3. Now, the simple fact that they got one score in game number 1 means that what single score here would at least allow them to have some kind of similarity through here, What's on your face? It seems like you disagree with me.
Oh, no. I just found out that this is made with decaf coffee beans.
Whack.
Yeah.
Why decaf? Oh, that's unfortunate.
Almost went in.
At the very last second. Not at the very, very last second. Hate to see it. That what we see another quarter second or so, we would have seen a single goal from the Hawkeyes squad. And again, that would have been good for kind of momentum wise, kind of like the mental aspect to it. Who knows? Any high level Rocket League players, any high level esports players, period, are going to be able to shake off a loss like this and put it on into a game number 3 because they know, the reverse sweep is possible, right?
It is absolutely.
You got it. You got the name. You got the name. What is it? The reverse sweep.
The Morb.
Morb.
Just so in the
Morb.
The reverse broom. But
a lot of fun here. Upsurge.
Yeah, to think about that, but
love to see it.
Yeah, the mop. No, the Morb.
Ooh, the mop is kind of the opposite.
But
okay,
Cole makes a goal for HCC Varsity. The Red Tails, I was about to say, they're getting closer and closer to scoring their first goal. They do it here in game number 3. They want their reverse sweep.
Yeah, seriously.
They're sandbagging. They're sandbagging games 1 and 2. They're just sandbagging.
The Red Tail sandbagging confirmed. You heard it here first. We messed up the script. Oh, man, we messed up the script, didn't we? We told the people the script. Obviously, we as casters, we decide not only who wins, but also how individual players play. So really just on a whim, honestly. That's usually how I decide it. About who has to play poorly and who we get to say naughty and mean things about and who really get to hype up, and it is really great. It is a really great feeling, especially given that no players have caught on yet.
Yeah, no, I mean usually I'm the one that has to get the scripts approved to someone else, but now I don't even have the decisions for the scripts, so I like this format. I like it. It's not my choice. I just say, oh, that's what it is. Okay, cool.
I'm with it. Yeah, I guess this guy, whatever. Quarantine time's has been weird,
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Monkey Boys, we didn't expect that the script is going to say, hey, they're going to be absolutely Brown Town all over the place, but here they are, flinging it.
Yeah, not here, flinging feces and more, especially the way they were playing. Only dropped a single map. That was to our Intense Gaming squad. Now this is that was a Hawkeye Community College squad that is doing very, very well in game number 3. Again, discounting the mop being the opposite of the broom, we're looking for the Morb, the backwards spelling of broom. Walk the dog on in. Fred gets gifted with that one all day long.
Fred? I was gonna say, is that a new sub? No, it's Fire.
Oh my goodness!
Getting the
goodness, no!
Getting the flippy R.
I'm sorry. My old eyes and whenever these change scenes, obviously the quality dips for a second.
Yeah, the Philip R there, the flip resetti, getting the goal there, very flashy.
I forgot what it is in English, so that's what it is. What you never heard that before? Like it's like actually I think oh my goodness. 3, 2, 1 and the time clock here is broken, just makes this look very, very easy. Hey, you know what they say? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Well, what was broke was a great demo there from Fire D to set it up here. And 3, 2, 1, let's jam, says Intense there. And they are going to be playing some smooth jazz like it's the opening credits to Cowboy Bebop, all right? You just went mute, so I don't know if you get my anime things, but
sorry, man. Oh yeah, I was saying that you had me at jazz, you lost me at Cowboy Bebop. Oh well. Try again later. I'm a good date. I'm a good date, honestly. So like you're really missing out here, JT.
You call me the boomer, and yet I'm the one that understands that knows old school anime. So who's the real boomer now?
Anime. Who is are you? Wait, are you bragging? Is that what I hear? Bragging about knowing old school anime? I'm just kidding around, of course. Obviously, anime is so big in esports. It's hard. Like any jokes to make about it, of course, is entirely in jest. That will not keep people from getting very fired up about defending anime over there on your Bluebird app. That's Twitter. Broken with another assist right here. Fired right across the middle. And I gotta say, JT, you look at themes across these scores so far, it kind of seems like breakaways that end with goals that land like right in the middle of this goalpost. Okay, I thought that was gonna get past. The lands like right in the middle. That seems like kind of like the theme that's been. At least 3 of these scores have gone that way. Oh, and then another one, kind of a breakaway from Broken, right to the middle, and he just breaks his way in to completely kill the use of that word.
What I just noticed was that Fired has like the OG Splice on that Dominus decal there, like the old Splice team.
Yeah, I'll look for it. Oh,
like,
yes.
So we got snakes, we've got red tails, hawks, we've got dead horses that get beat by the casters. So it's
fair.
It's a whole menagerie in this game right now.
That's funny. Yes, beating a dead horse. That's fair. Yes, I definitely hit on the same subject frequently. Fired. Oh, not quite there. Broken following this one up, but I kind of feel like he got a little bit too much, like almost choked up on that a little bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, choking up is something that some of these players need to be aware of and be held accountable
sorry,
for.
not choking like in a clutch situation. I mean, like choking up. What I guess when you're opening up a motor or an engine or something like that, that's kind of what you would describe it as. And Colin looking like he can do exactly what Intense Gaming players have done across, again, I think 3 of their 4 scores, and that's literally right or left play, bouncing this against the ground one time to have this end out towards the middle of these, thereby keeping it away from defensive players towards the middle, of course, because it is aerial, but also forcing them to make a play one way or another because the bounce is coming.
Right, yeah, and it's very much, I love having infield passes like that. Cole getting cut out here by Fire this time, but that's where you see successful teams tend to find advantages over their opponents here is when they can control the infield passes there. I mean, the Red Tails, they've struggled at times to control those infield passes, and that's where they've kind of been cut out there because they can maintain a presence on those outside walls, but as soon as they Intense find a teammate on the inside there, slamming home, and that's another goal from. But they have done a good job cutting the lead in half here with a minute left to go. It's an opportunity for them as they're now on the attack. But again, what we're fighting here is the Intense Gaming able to intercept the good plays of Red Tails of the HCC Varsity team and able to disrupt them when they get a groove on and not allow them to really maintain momentum.
And with it, we're staring down the barrel of another intense win, but Colin is working his way into making that not so. 3 shots attempted here, JT. 2 of them gone in. Pretty solid, successful ratio on that, right? 66%.
Yeah, I mean, Colin.
0.66 repeating, of course.
Yeah, like that's any major league hitter would take that percentage.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's some Barry Bonds numbers there without the the grease.
Wow.
Broken. Let's see how fast someone went.
3rd on 3rd. Yeah, that's gonna be our fastest score on stream so far tonight. We do like keeping track of those, JT. So fastest. I believe game time was only like what 4 seconds. Technical time is 10.
Yeah, but and again, coming in 115 kilometers an hour there, approximately 90, maybe 75, maybe 80 miles an hour. I want to say.
Not 100% sure.
Either way, spicy, very very spicy shot there.
Mm-hmm.
Got a lot of heat behind it.
Definitely agreed. Definitely agreed. Nice takeaway there, Antique. I think you can kind of fake that out almost a little bit to try and get Defender to bite on that, and that was a perfect setup all day because then his teammates were able to get out. Oh man, that is going to be Heartbreak Hotel checked into from your HCC varsity squad. Yes, that is the Hawkeyes Community College. If this was 5-4 and they kept this up and alive, it'd be a different story. 5-3, score difference of 2. Going to be really, once you're getting into like the actual advantage of this, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Lead of 1, no lead indeed in Rocket League.
Absolutely, and it's game, set, match in a sweep. Intense Gaming coming away with the victory on that one. They improve to 3-2 on the season with 2 more weeks remaining in the regular season here before we turn our attention to the playoffs. But now we get the opportunity to turn our attention from the Octane to the Dominance here. It's a little bit more of a flat road up to victory here because both these teams, they're at the plateau. They're at the zenith. They're at the top of the standings here at number 1, Fractured Memories. They are taking on Vengeance Esports. Both these teams, again, undefeated so far. That will change tonight. This is one of the games I've been looking forward to this week because it is at this season. Because once I saw this one on the record, I was like, ooh, hold on, this is gonna be a good one, folks.
Exactly. 4-0 for both of these squads. A guarantee I'll give you, JT. A guarantee I'll give you, good people. There will be a winner and there will be a loser of this matchup. They'll be starting in just a couple of minutes. JT Displays and I will be back with you guys in just a minute while we get this lobby set up. And we are back. I told you it would not be a long break. An FBI tugboat. I'm a tugboat of my word. FBI tugboat here with my man JT Displays. We saw a decently close game that did end in a 3-0. And it's the very typical thing for casters to say that the score of the overall match score doesn't accurately reflect how close the game was, and I really do feel like that is true. What we saw a game 1 and a game 3, both of the score difference of 2, so really not that far away. There was no big breakouts. Now game number 2 was a different story with the Hawkeyes squad putting up a goose egg, unfortunately, but it was just kind of intense being able to like kind of sniff them out a little bit better and kind of figure out what they wanted to do. Moving forward though, Vengeance versus Fractured Memories.
Yeah, it is going to be a good one here. Vengeance Esports coming in with Dr. No School, Gav, and Rex Potato. All three of those players knowing how to pop off when the moment calls for it. Meanwhile, Fractured Memories of Zippy, Chap, and I'm Tartan. Let me tell you, these guys also, again, both teams are undefeated for a reason here. So my prediction here is not for who's going to win this one, but my prediction is that we are going to be having 2 games going to overtime here, folks. I don't think that it's going to be a sweep. I think we're definitely going to see at least game number 4.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And those kind of situations are always going to be just so fun, electrifying, and high flying, and thereby predicting not 1 but 2 overtimes, like the formal situation afterwards, is almost kind of also predicting more than one or more than just the 3 games, right? Not that just to go down to a sweep one way or another, because it is decently infrequent, I would say, that the 2 of your 3 in a sweep situation, in a 3-0, both go down to overtime situations. But getting on in here, we got 2 squads going at it. There'll be a winner and there'll be a loser today here, JT.
Yes, well, right off the kickoff, a shot there from Zippy almost goes in, but Wreck Potato getting there in time to make the stop. Dr. No School and Wreck Potato trying to work around with Gav as that 3rd man in this rotation. Tartan, again, he knows how to pop off for Fractured Memory, so look for him to be the playmaker for them today. I think that Wreck Potato or Dr. No School, one of those 2, is going to be the X factor for Vengeance here. So it's really, I'm going to let you pick. Do you think it's going to be No School, or do you think it's going to be Wreck Potato that's going to be the X factor for Vengeance?
Given that I haven't, I've obviously all 3 of these players really high up there, decent, very, very high skilled players, but I don't believe I've cast them as a full. Oh my goodness! Here I am talking about you guys being great players. Wreck Potato is just going to get an easy one right there, easy peasy. Unfortunately, I think Zippy was kind of trying to control this, and then unfortunately, teammate gave that just a really, really unfortunate touch, honestly, at the end of the day. But running through your Fractured Memories squad, this is Chap, this is Zippy, excuse me, and this is Tartan, like my man JT was detailing a little bit earlier. Nice bounce play there. Wreck Potato almost took that one to the house.
Yeah, and so that's why I think if we're going to say, I'm going to objectively say Wreck Potato is going to be X factor for them here today. So look for that battle between Tartan and Wreck Potato on the score sheet there.
I realize
whoever comes out with a better game, I think, might indicate who comes out with the overall victory today.
Yeah, like the biggest performance turned in for their team. I get you. And I realize now in my excitedness, I did not answer your question. Wreck Potato, that's who's got my guess. Again, given that I have not casted these 2 full 3-person teams against each other, so I have nothing else to go off on the previous besides numbers, I simply like Wreck Potato's name better. Straight up, I'll be honest.
I mean, Dr. No School definitely has the potential as well. He's the one that makes you feel all right sometimes.
Hey-o.
Yeah, exactly. As the shot comes in for Chap, and he's going to feel pretty all right by that assist from Tartan.
I tell you, Wrecked Potatoes have made me feel good many, many times. Wrecked potatoes, mashed potatoes, I'll even take them fried, cut into long, slender slices. I'm with it. Potatoes in all their forms. There's a potato appreciation. This is officially a potato appreciation cast. Oh my goodness! This is now no longer officially a potato appreciation cast. This is a Tartan appreciation cast. What a guy! 77 kilometers on the way in there because the ball was just simply walked all the way in. As our producer pointed out, that is now a fastest goal on at 9 seconds. Previous was 10.
Yeah, Fractured Memories coming back in a hurry there. We're really trying to say, listen, we're not going to be walked over here by Vengeance. You might have boots that are made for walking, but we've got shoes that are made for stepping, and we're going to step on you as Gav steps on the gas here and ties it up.
There you go, stepping all over the place. Gav towards the middle, and yeah, again, when you have two players down bottom, Chap and Tartan, I'm not sure if that was a miscommunication, JT, but at the end of the day, I would rather see both players double up on it, even start up a too many cooks in the kitchen situation, and just both double off and just really bite for it, than nobody do that, and that just be gifted. Now, that is anything but gifted here. Chap, the mad lad, coming through here. Fantastic stuff after a put up there from Tartan to just absolutely get. I mean, that's a picture perfect assist, right?
Well, you say he's a fine chap there, eh? With a great assist there from Tartan.
There you go. Or that's like New Zealand or like Australian, isn't it? Like the oi. I don't think our friends across the pond, as they say oi, right?
Oh yeah, they do.
Okay, I'm with it.
Listen. They all speak the Queen's English. You know, the only difference is that you know one of them is an isle full of convicts. The other ones, you know, just haven't been convicted.
Okay, there you go. One an island full of convicts, one hasn't been convicted. I like that. Is that was that off the cuff or was that a
That's
inside
off the cuff.
Love it. I love it. That's why I love casting with you, JT. A little bit past halftime, and electrifying time to cast as well. Because, like I always say, whatever the score is coming into this is whatever it can be with the same amount of time on the other end. 2.5 minutes is plenty of time. We've seen bigger comebacks than one, even just on stream tonight.
Yeah, and Chad's certainly surprised by the scoreline so far. 5 goals already scored with less than 2 minutes to go now. An opportunity for Fractured Memories. They are doing their best to try to add to that lead here. But here comes Vengeance looking to strike back with, dare I say, revenge in their hearts.
I'm with it. Revenge, vengeance. Probably all best served cold. Out of the corner. Put this up from Gav. Just a really kind of weak play on this one. As Zippy starts at least a nice bounce. Continues this one on as more defense comes through. Tartan to the middle. Tartan to Chap. Chap down. Chap with a good angle. But no, actually, just my angle.
Here comes Chap.
That was unfortunately it. And there's Chap from a nice little bounce play to the right side. 4-2 with 80 seconds left on this clock here. JT.
Yeah, Tartan and Chap really have that that synergy going on right now. Look at Chap with that bronze season 1 tournament winner there. That's a flex right there. You know, with those bronze tournaments, very hard to win, but Chap able to do it that time. That's clear. That's obviously the flex right there. The intimidation factor.
Oh yes,
plays a part with those titles. Like,
I mean, Rocket League again. I feel like I can't cast this game without really giving the just deserves. Rocket League is such a beautiful game, and all the aesthetics that they have put into this. I mean, they just got an F-150 like partnership, right? Come on, beautiful stuff. And that's right after the gridiron. Excuse me. Again, I've casted the past 6 days and have not fully taken care of my voice the past 2 days. So sorry if I sound a little gravelly here, guys. But yeah, just what I'm saying is the aesthetically pleasing partnerships that have nothing to do actually with in-game performance. That's the move. That's it right there.
Yeah,
you don't want to go the EA way and the pay to win.
Yeah, and Chap, you know, we failed to mention that is now his 4th goal here. It's 5-2 for Fractured Memories.
Oh man, yeah, you're right.
But that F-150, you know, I saw this video on TikTok about just how good that F-150 feels, and how it feels to drive a Ford truck. You know, no girls allowed.
there you go. What? So I would. I feel like, you know, best friends of mine would be remiss if I didn't quote what Ford stands for: fix or repair daily. Yuck, 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 yuck.
Found on Road Dead.
There you go, found on Road Dead. And Chevy has its own, you know, thousands of different acronyms for how it's either a good thing or a bad thing, right? 10 seconds in this one, the game's over, unfortunately. 3 scores pretty much is now impossible. So, Fractured Memories putting up a solid little performance here in game number 1. Again, JT, 2 teams, 4-0. One of those will be 4-1 after this. Well, after 2 more matches, excuse me.
Yeah, Fractured Memories, though, they get a early out to a lead here, taking the first game with very, I won't say surprising fashion, but certainly I wasn't expecting where the goals are coming from, because Chap there, he was one that really rose to the occasion. I thought it was going to be for sure Tartan, but Chap is there saying, hello, don't forget about Dre, all right?
Don't you? Oh, okay, there we go. We went 2 different songs there. I like it.
Yeah, don't forget about Dre. You know, he's locked in my closet. All right, but
it's locked in my basement. There you go. Yeah, right. We man, oh man, we had fun with that. We had fun with that one time, man. Yeah, Eminem's music definitely classic, but some of it hasn't aged well. Let's say that. Right.
Well, I mean, he's also like in his 50s now, so
Yeah, he has probably not aged that well either. But hey, who does
age
any of us,
happens.
right? And like I said, both of us, age happens. There you go. Age happens. Yeah. You and I both about to be 30, so maybe we can't talk too much here.
Yeah, I mean, so like Gen Z is gonna call me a boomer either way, but
Yes, exactly,
hey, I'm on
exactly.
TikTok. I'm hip with the cool kids.
There you
Word,
go.
no
How do you
cap.
do, you fellow kids? Yeah, there you go. No capping out here for JT displays. But no cap either. We're starting this in the game numero dos. That's number 2 for the English only.
Oh man, well we're gonna get roasted on Twitter, no doubt. But Chap trying to clear this out to midfield, gets stopped. Here comes Dr. No School looking to drop down to Gav. Not gonna happen this time. Opportunity for Rack Potato to maintain pressure, looking for Dr. No School. Does not find him, but tries to put pressure in the corner. They double commit there, and it's gonna be an opportunity for Tartan to send it out towards the orange half of the field for Fractured Memory to put some pressure.
Yeah, 30 seconds in. No clear advantage, so I really like this look from Vengeance so far. They fell, that was 5-2 in game number 1, correct?
Yes, 5-2.
5-2, yeah. So really, I feel like 3 scores is the beginning of that trumps, or that trounce. Score difference of 1, no lead indeed. Score difference of 2 is the beginnings of comfortability. 3 is the beginnings of a definitive win. So. Right. Nothing looking. Nobody told Vengeance that quite so far. 60 seconds in again, and they've been starting on some high-flying offense. Can't get to it in time. Can't stretch the glove to get all the way there. Tartan's first attempt ends in a score.
Yep, 1-0 now. Of course, you have to be careful about the 2-0 lead. I always consider that the most dangerous lead in esports. But they managed to let Vengeance take the first goal, and that's really what helped propel them. It was like, all right, we're down to go early. Let's try to adjust to this here, and that's what game 2 is all about, is adjustment, because you now know what your opponent can throw at you. How do you adjust your game plan to compensate to that, or to really find a different look that they aren't prepared for, as Dr. No School puts this one home to tie it up.
Nicely done. Couldn't come at a better time either. 3:41 left on this clock, and I love his slow play right here. He got all 3 defenders to bite on this one. Tartan tries to get something done kind of from the back and bottom, but unfortunately, it just kind of seemed like he was chasing that defensive play throughout and never really executed on it. Meanwhile, his 2 teammates, unfortunately, get nothing done. Take it to the house. That's Dr. No School.
Absolutely. 3:30 on the clock here. Tartan booms it downfield, trying to get past the defense. Direct Potato says not today. Gav able to clear it out to midfield here for Vengeance. Vengeance looking to make amends from a lackluster game number 1 from them. I think that they don't want to say that game number 1 was the performance that they believe that they can put out on the field here against this Fractured Memory squad here. Again, both these teams vying for the number 1 spot here as the shot comes in from Zippy. An opportunity here, cleared out now finally by Gav.
Zippy just barely getting edge on the very, very tiny little corner on that. We've all been there before. The 4th man, the side post rears its ugly head again. Zippy now out to Chap. Chap getting big boost on the way to taking this one over the top. Direct Potato gave him a redirect he did not want, and Zippy just gives a nice little breath of fresh air on the side of this. Just kind of redirect, slow one inside. No need to make it fast and loud.
In it goes. Fractured Memory retake the lead as we are approaching halfway through game number 2. Vengeance. They have been in this situation before. Game number 1. How do they respond now with a 1-goal deficit? Dr. No School says we tie it up. That's what we do. Right at halftime.
They taught him this as well as many other things while he was in med school. Beautiful stuff. Again, dude, Fractured Memory's defense just kind of almost getting tripped up under their own 2 feet here, JT. Both members there, neither bites for it. That's just going to be an easy 2nd goal for the side of Dr. No School. Easy peasy. Halftime now plus, tied up again, might as well be 0-0, might as well be 10-10.
Right? Like I always say, it's carte blanche, it's a brand new ball game here, basically. This is what you're looking at. And if Vengeance can come away with a win here, they can clutch it up and clutch it out. Really all about clutching and clenching sometimes.
When you're driving. Clutching and clenching. I'm with that. Oh, the try, and he gets the edge of it, but that was the nice little double tap from, I believe, Chap. So, as you can see, Potato realizes that he cannot get there in time, does get the hit, but unfortunately redirects it just on that rebound towards a player that he was trying to defend away against originally. As it is, slight advantage, Fractured Memories.
Absolutely, minute and 50 seconds on the clock here. That was almost a toe curler, like where you just like kind of clench up your toes because you're like, oh, is it gonna go in? Ooh, and it kind of does go in there.
I thought you were talking about a different kind of clenching.
No. That usually happens after I've had too much coffee, and really it just goes through your system. And you're just sitting there, and you're like, come on, let's get this victory.
What is going on? What is going on? Why are these bounce plays going in, JT? I don't understand. This is high flying. And I'm sorry?
Too much clenching. That's what it is.
Too much clenching. There you go. Yeah, that'll do it. These white knuckle rides. Yielding yeah, there you go, dude. These white knuckle rides yielding in maybe just kind of a lack of accuracy. Gotta say it. Wow, what a pinch!
What a save.
Ooh, yes, sir. Throw a halo on top of it, call it epic.
Man, well, it is Epic Games, it's free to play now.
That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. It's a little multi-layered there, my friend.
like ogres.
Layers of onion, or layers of onions. My oh my! It's been a long day, like I said.
Zippy.
Oh man, Zippy coming through, lighting a flame under top of this one. Fractured Memories taking an advantage in again round time. Could not have come at a better one. They lost 5-2 in game number 1, trying to flip the script to Fractured Memories squad.
Yeah, and again, it was Charton there coming in with another assist. Charton not really showing up on the scoreboard scoring the goals today, but certainly seems to be that X factor providing those key passes to allow Chap to score in here. This one coming off of an assist from Zippy, but it is 5-3 here. Fractured Memories, that same goal scoreline from game number 1. That is. No, excuse me. It's 5-2 in game number 1.
Yes. 5-2, not 5-3, but basically the same thing, right? It wasn't a score difference of 1. One team got 5, and winning team got 5. We'll stick with it. I'm with you. You're right.
10 goals for Fractured Memories.
You're right. Shh. You're right. No, exactly. It's just a same theme, different team. Haha, I like that.
Absolutely, and Fractured Memories, it was a little nervy for them throughout the beginning of game number 2. Yeah, but they are definitely they're showing that they are edging out Vengeance here, and Vengeance. I don't know if they like being edged like that, but we'll see if it.
I think this is an R-rated line we're going down right now. 15 seconds here. Okay. You know what I'm talking about. Zippy gets a fantastic interaction up in the front and on the bounce again. Tartar coming around to save this one for the time being. Rack Potato trying. They get the. Oh, I was going to say they get this one. They get another kickoff, and then as long as they keep that aloft, then that was a situation we could have seen. As it is, we are not seeing any overtime situations so far. I got to say, being right is just a uniquely good feeling, especially when it's proving JT displays wrong.
Yeah, I was expecting a few more overtimes by game number 2, at least one overtime by game number 2.
Yeah.
But here's an opportunity for Fractured Memories maybe to be surprised by Vengeance here. Game number 3 opportunity. Will it be a sweep again, or will it be a reverse sweep opportunity? I mean, Chad.
Broom with the morb.
Is it going to be the broom? Is it going to be the morb? Let us know. One or the other. You
watch The Office
what you think
at all? You watch The Office?
No, I watch good shows.
Ooh, that one sticks. That one just stings right there. Like you can watch it hit me in the face like projectile coming from wherever the hell JT is slunked away from. What a jerk. What an absolute jerk, guys. Talking about getting left out in the lurch.
Space Force is good.
My point is that actually I can't remember what my point was. It was like the verbiage, the way you were saying it there. I can't remember. I've been burned too hard. My brain has been singed, ladies and gentlemen. JT displays.
I'm getting respect from the chat. That's all that matters, right? I've earned the respect of the chat.
There you go.
All right.
Your actions of betrayal are thereby justified. I feel you, dude. I feel you. If Chad loves you, then you're golden. Getting on to our game number 3 and possibly our last, JT. Possibly our last. After comments like that, I hope it is.
Wow. Okay. All right. All right. Well, yeah, I'll see you next week then. All right, buddy. All right. Have a nice day. All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Number 2.
Take a long
No,
walk
game
up a
number
short
3.
Kia, right? We're having a lot of fun here. We're having a lot of fun. You know, JT, I've gotten to cover a lot of these with you so far, and shout out to Upsurge, shout out to Hypertension for having us on. You know, I have a great time, and I hope you guys do too. That's what I'm getting at.
Tugboat, we got a question for you from the chat. Do you actually work with barges and stuff?
Do I actually
work with barges and shipping?
Work with barges shipping containers. I can't talk about that. No, I'm just kidding. Well, you see, in the Federal Bureau of Investigation, can't talk about any nautical transportation that we have worked with. No, I'm not part of the FBI. I have spent plenty of time on a boat, 0 time shipping containers and goods across international lines.
Oh, so you're like T-Pain. You've been on a boat.
I've been on a boat, yeah.
Or you're like on the island.
Yeah, even down in Florida too. So I mean, I can't think of many other things that T-Pain and I have in common, though.
Hey, you know what else is in Florida? Florida Georgia Line.
Florida Georgia Line. Yes, that is another band. I think it would be an insult to T-Pain to compare the quality-wise there, JT.
Yeah, I mean, like one talks about boats, one talks about rolling down windows. So
that's fair. That's fair. Oh man, T-Pain is yes, auto-tune was a thing, but honestly, he kind of made it his own, right? Like, obviously, auto-tune is not a person's voice. He kind of made it his own, right? He kind of like
he's goated.
Embraced the meme. He embraced the meme even before there was really like officially memes, because that was like 2008.
Yeah, I mean, also one of those two is actually what do you call it? Got a little purple check mark on Twitch, so one actually. Yeah, T-Pain streams on Twitch.
Beautiful. Oh my God. We're over here memeing and talking about T-Pain a little bit as we see a very close match. This is 0-0, about to see halftime. JT, at this point in other games, we're looking at scorelines of 5. Like between the two, sorry. Total scores between these two teams are 5, 6, things like this. Not so much in game number 3. Much slower play, and both of these teams showing up on defense.
Yeah, I think Vengeance have really puckered up here in game number 3 to stiffen up their defense as Zippy now tries to prove me wrong with Champ. He's going to try to get the steal on, but Fractured Memories, it says the Cash Curse. I say, look at this stiff defense from Vengeance, and then Zippy just blows a hole right into it.
Well, we're forecasting our knowledge of the script. Again, we know what's going to happen. We've literally forced out actions from these teams. We're in control in every way, shape, and form. So honestly, every single time you guys send me hate mail about how a player performs, it makes a lot of sense in the world, because it is my fault, actually.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't do the scripts. I said, listen, I can do the cast, but I'm not going to do the scripts for you guys this time. All right, in those contract negotiations, it's all about hey, do you want script control or not? No, not this time.
There you go. What profits a man to gain the world but lose his soul? Yes, JT is not in script writing quite yet, but he'll be there soon. I'll get that boy eventually. We'll get his soul.
This is why I look over my contracts in triplicate and send it to my lawyers.
There you go. Yeah. What the little part at the end about your soul? Just ignore that.
Well, I
mean, oh man. Maybe Wreck Potato coming through and trading something of his for some high-flying Rocket League clutches here in game number 3. Could not come at a better time. Fractured Memory. Oh, excuse me. I'm getting my teams mixed up.
Yeah, Vengeance coming back into the play here with the Vengeance. There it is. But I think that they've been slowly getting into this game here. They scored 2 goals in game 1, 3 goals in game number 2. Maybe this is 4 goals here as Dr. No School puts it home and gives them a lead here. 2-1 here. I'm not going to say too much nice about them, because next thing you know, they'll get nervous.
Yeah,
they're
right.
Like, oh no, Senpai's noticed me. I have to start get all flustered, put a goal here.
It's all self-destruct, on accident, right? You can't even do that in Rocket League, but you can see it happening. It's the caster's curse, man. It will find a way to come through and affect a game. I'm telling you. 80 seconds?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, 120 seconds left to go here, or 80 seconds if you know how to do math. I don't. I'm also a mathematician here.
Yeah, I'm just a guy. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm just a guy who works on boats. I just move shipping containers, so I don't know much about math. I don't know much about their numbers, friend.
Final few seconds here, 60 seconds here, as the announcement goes. Charton trying to do some freestyles right now and really trying to break open the defense in different ways. Chap does find the tiniest sliver of space there into the back of the net. 2-2 tied up here.
Yeah, give it an inch, he'll take a mile, gets a foot in the door and kicks that mother down. Could not have come a better time again. I know I've said it multiple times, a fractured memories now looking at a tie action, and who knows? JT displays we are not outside the realm of possibilities for your prediction to be correct. You call this a, oh yeah, this goes to overtime, and then we see our fractured memory squad win. We'll be going on down some more Rocket League, right?
Listen, maybe we're about to enter the House of M, the M standing for Memories of Fractured, because this seems like an alternate timeline than the one I predicted here. You know, like maybe, you know, Wanda Maximoff is out here working her magic, creating a change.
That's really, really like hip. You were saying earlier, now I actually do believe that you're 22. Ooh, wait, that was actually Dr. No School that blocked that away, I believe. That is not good looks. Just like that, attention and momentum other way. This is in front of Vengeance. Fractured going up for it now. Solid aloft plays. This one's not going to touch anytime soon. Nobody can get under it. There you go. Zippy and the rest of the Fractured Memories squad lining up against Vengeance in our first overtime situation on stream.
See, I did predict 2 overtimes, so I demand 2 overtimes here. And for those saying maybe it's spoilers there, listen, I was only talking about the House of M, which has been out in comics for darn near 20 years now. And the fact that it is common knowledge that Wanda Maximoff does in fact have magic-based powers.
Oh, yeah, so like,
That's all I'm saying.
It is a spoiler, but like, is it, you know, like...
It's not. I'm going to go watch the latest episode after this matchup, all right? I haven't seen it yet.
Gotcha. No infos.
No.
I am not particularly a WandaVision type person myself. I'll probably get into it here eventually, but one thing I do hate is it's spoilers. I know that you weren't getting to that. I'm just saying, like, it just catches my craw. I think that's what the good folk around here in South Carolina would say about that.
Oh, and like people like all over like on my Facebook, I was seeing like Mandalorian spoilers before, you know.
Yeah, I really hated that.
Like,
it was like so much more popular.
Forgot about it. Like we said, no spoilers for the longest time, and then all of a sudden the Mandalorian came out and everyone forgot. Oh, what do you mean no spoilers? I gotta tell you exactly what happened as soon as I saw it. But anything goes for Zippy. It's gonna be game, set, match. The memories have been fractured, and Vengeance goes down in a sweep.
I am in awe. I like dropping my phones and more because that was amazing. Do we actually have that on replay? Maybe that we can see that again because that was fractured memory. Camp player coming up here, just like high flying, comes in for the demolition right there. Has the defensive player was trying to come in. So that was 50 seconds into overtime, I believe.
Yeah, about 50 seconds goes in there, and fractured memories. You know, I just wanted 2 overtimes, guys. Is that so much to ask? But they said no, 2 sweeps. You get 2 sweeps tonight.
You get 2 sweeps. That's it. Take it or leave it. Take it or leave it.
But GG's to all the players involved there. Fractured memories showing that they deserve to be at the top of the Dominus Conference here, improving to 4-0. Meanwhile, well, now you've got. Is it the standings here? Vengeance Esports 5-0 for Fractured Memories, 4-1 for Vengeance Esports. Still good positioning for them. Solidified the number 2 squad there, but they've clearly been shown here that they have a lot of work to practice on moving up for the final few weeks to tune up here before they get to those playoffs there. Because right now, I see Fractured Memories possibly as the strong squad here, bar none. Even stronger than I'd say Monkey Boy in the Octane division.
Yeah. I have to agree with you on that. Now, again, these are 2 different divisions split away from each other for a reason, but very interesting stuff it's always going to be high-flying and electrifying, right? When you have 2 teams going in 4-0, both undefeated, knowing that one's going to take a loss, and there's only 7 weeks in our regular season. This is now their 5th game, so 2 more weeks to really kind of try and figure out where teams are going to end up in these playoff brackets, JT. We'll see a lot more of that as more Rocket League action will be coming at you next week. Now, we're not done here by any means. You got 3 goated casters and hosts coming in and bringing you a lot of League of Legends fun, right? I haven't made fun of it yet, so guys, we're done with the real esports now. Now we'll get the cartoony stuff going on, the overhead stuff. We'll get that here towards the end.
Toxic.
Round it at the end, like it should be at the end of the show. I'm kidding, of course. League of Legends being a very strategic game and hard to play by any means. I'm just having a little bit of fun here. But you got Ravish, you got Beatdown Boulevard, you got the man Mazel. So really, really, don't think I could really be leaving you in the hands of 3 more capable individuals. Love those guys to death, and they'll be bringing you that action here in just a little bit. I'm FBI Tugboat. You can find me over there on Twitter at FBI_Tugboat. My man JT Displays here. You can find him at JT_INKZ. INKC. And I want to give a shout out to Hypertension, our producer, who's been producing away and making our jobs as casters just so much easier. And we do appreciate that. Now, if you don't know Hypertension, but you know Upsurge, I don't know how this action has happened. His man's very, very busy. He's got a whole lot of stuff done for Upsurge Esports. Either way, JT, got anything else for the good people before I tell them good night?
Just let you know, I'm excited to see how the rest of this Upsurge Premier League goes on. We got 2 more weeks before the playoffs, and then, man, it's gonna get spicy. It's gonna get real spicy real quick.
Indeed it will. I can guarantee that. Quick break, guys. We'll be back with some League of Legends in just a bit.
And welcome back to another day of the weekend, another beautiful time to be alive here, right here on the Upsurge Premier League here, gentlemen. I will be your host for the evening, Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet, and I'm joined yet again by my main man, Beat Down Boulevard, the toughest street in town. As usual, how you doing, baby?
I'm doing great, especially the way you sing the name like that, just like from the show. Just it's got me feeling all kinds of hype. I'm excited to be here once again on the week with you. And why don't you introduce our guest, bro? I'm hyped to have him too.
You know what, bro? I do want to celebrate back and forth because I want to keep our guests waiting and ready and excited and awkwardly smiling at the camera.
Of course.
The entire time. But how could I do this to you here, man? An old friend, a staple in the amateur scene, and one of the nicest people I genuinely know at this point, bro. Fantastic play-by-play caster and beautiful Frenchman, Lennon Mazel White. Welcome to the guest. How you doing?
Thank you so much. You do me too much there. Thank you, Ravish. And I'm really just happy to be here on the UPL desk, be a guest between these two amazing teams tonight. Hopefully we'll have a banger of a series.
Oh, you know what? Thank you for saying this. So look, because we do have a banger of a series with these two amazing teams. What a beautiful segue, Landon. Thank you. Just making my job easier because the two amazing teams we'll have tonight will be ISU and Bay State. Both teams we've seen before a bunch of times on the stream. And Bay State, especially, we just saw most recently, previously, on the stream as well. It's like this team has been really interesting, but we won't get into all that just yet. What I do want to bring up first here, though, are the standings for you while you're looking at what's going on within their conference, how everything is shaping out to be. And Beatdown, would you look at it right now in this Elder Conference? There's a 5-way tie for second.
Yeah, that is pretty insane. And of course, one of those teams tied up, of course, are the teams we have tonight, Bay State and ISU. So they are fighting for a lot more than pride. They want to hold their spot, their seeding in this conference and try to get a good seed going into the playoffs here and actually hold their spot going in, because if you look just below those two teams as well, it is a tight race to just simply make it into the playoffs here at Upsurge. So they definitely have a lot of work to do both today and next week for both of these teams to ensure they actually manage to get in.
So with that, let's go ahead and start off by talking about the two teams and breaking down like the main narrative points that we could see between the two tonight, right? Like talking about starting off with you here, Lennon. Let's talk a little bit about ISU, right? This team has been really interesting, and I find that today they're bringing a bit more of the spice in the dishes that they're creating tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta love the roster initially with ShamWow, War Machine Hyper, Drew Dozer, Disconnector, and now Nausicaa coming in as well. The fact that they're throwing in some spice, they're going to be having gluten-free Panda come in after game one. We get to see a little bit of different styles from them tonight in both sides, but this roster has had so much development over the last couple months, and especially coming into the new year. It is going to be very interesting on how we see them kind of develop through this series and try to at least get a leg up in the competition, as we saw those standings being so close.
Yes, sir. It has been going back and forth with them, but this game, especially going to this series too, they're looking to possibly take it all the way home. Not just talking to Payton a little bit ago, be one of the coaches, for ISU. He was fairly confident, although he was kind of back and forth based upon who they'll be seeing today. But hey, man, so are we, because with Bay State, you almost never know you're going to get, because Bay State's pockets for their roster run deep here, Beatdown. And tonight it looks like they reached all the way into their jeans.
They sure did. And I think the thing I want to talk about firstly, though, is just going to be the main roster that we know about. Bay State, of course, as we've seen a couple of times on this very desk on broadcast, are a bot lane focused team. They really like to play through both Invictrix and Potato. They are very big pillars for the squad. Of course, you also have Saranok in the mid lane with quite the champion pool to boast. Can play anything from control mages to that pocket pick Xerath, even things like the Tristana. And with the playstyle we're probably going to want to see from Bay State tonight against ISU, if they want to play towards their bot side, I really would like to see that Tristana pick if it's available for Saranok, because he's actually quite good on it as well.
Both these teams very selfless and very, very good at what they do. So with that, let's set up the main matchup of the tonight here, gentlemen. Right now, although we will get that to you in just a couple of seconds, but one of the main things we did want to get across to you all was the main jungle matchup, right? We said it before, and I just said it about 30 seconds ago. And they're all very selfless, right? They all play for their team, and their junglers especially act as human wards, so to make sure that all their lanes can sleep tight at night and not be afraid of any bad junglers coming to gank their lane and making sure that perhaps they might take their lives away here, Lennon. But so let's talk a bit about perhaps what you're expecting to see from ISU in terms of the jungle playstyle.
I mean, Hyper is always known for those aggressive in-your-face junglers. He always loves the Elises, the Graves, even fitting in a little bit of Fiddlesticks and some solo queue there. But I want to see that aggressiveness come out here. I want to see that assistance come in through the lanes. I want to see being able to try and get these solo lanes to some advantage through the jungle is where I'm looking for ISU on top of it.
Now, B-Time, going to you as well. Did you imagine like ISU and Bay State will have similar styles going into the game, or do you think Bay State's gonna like come out with a 1-2 punch, be like, yo, y'all are not ready for this right now?
I think things are going to be a little more standard on the day from Bay State, just considering how, if they've done their homework against ISU, who are going to be that top focused team, they could actually just double down and focus on their bottom side of the map. So a strong pushing mid, a strong jungler could help in this particular instance. We know Devil Degrade does play quite a handful of them, even likes to sport the Kindred more than any other jungler I've seen in Upsurge. And if we see that Graves, it could be a potential matchup for that squad as well. So overall, I think we're going to see probably more of the more power farming and then carry style junglers, even though we've seen these jungle nerfs come through. I don't think they're enough to really kill that play style, but it's nice to see that teams are starting to try out the ganking junglers, the more tanky junglers. The J4s are becoming more prominent, the Skarners, and perhaps we'll see more from Devil Degrade on the night. We definitely might as well look in over at ISU because they, like you said, GFP is going to be coming in next game, and he is a more play for your team kind of player.
And that's why it's probably going to be one of the most interesting changes of the night as well, because we really only seen, I believe, GFP come on stream just about once, though, although the results were not exactly what we expected for ISU. Still though, GFP yet again absolutely played his heart out too, and playing very much just supporting style, which you imagine we might see. I have been told we might see a couple of interesting picks come out for GFP. Yeah, come out for GFP yet again, but we will wait on that because especially considering like as you consider, GFP does also have he doesn't like play meta champions here, y'all. But going past all of that, Beaton, I want to go back to you here for a second to talk a little bit about what we were trying to set up before, right? Because basically there's such fans of deciding that, hey, we have a lot of people on our roster. Let's just use all of them. Like, why only use one consistent team? That's boring.
Yeah, you're right. And definitely just looking right here, it does look like they are kind of doing something similar to before in that basically I think with the exception of Sword Blue, who's going to play for the first game, their main roster will play game 1 and their subs will play in game 2. And that is going to be interesting. We saw this happen before. So like you were alluding to, this is definitely not their first rodeo with this very bountiful team style. I don't know what you'd want to call it, but the point is, we've seen a little bit of what these sub players are made of. Quas, Circus are definitely players who stand out a bit. I think they've had solid performances on the nights that we've seen them. I think the big thing for me is really just going to be, has Circus been working on the pathing just a little bit? Because we saw in the previous matchup, the jungle matchup knowledge was just a little bit incomplete, but I think after some time, especially reviewing those VODs, I'm sure he definitely knows. I'm sure he's definitely improved in that regard, and I want to see that on the night too. Like if you play Jarvan into Udyr, don't try to steal his Grump. Please don't do that. It's bad.
Do not be greedy. Be nice.
Just go gank your lane.
Exactly.
Just go gank your lane, please.
Exactly here, like what's so hard about just like taking your own camps and then going back to base setting and then just coming
we
back
don't
to
like
the
that. Come on.
Nah.
Gotta get up in your face. Come on.
Exactly.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah, me Raptors, a Sue Raptors, right? I believe
Yeah.
that's absolutely the age-old saying. But coming across the ISU here later, like we know that considering they are going to change the junglers, but I believe we also heard rumblings about them, like you mentioned before, them playing much more towards the top side, and that's definitely what I imagine we'll see here today as well.
Well, and we always have like the typical strong picks coming through, especially and when you're looking at this top kind of mashup between this team, this squad, especially, you just see the power come out through ShamWow through Drew Dozer and especially through War Machine Hyper. Missing that spear, unfortunately, right there, but having a lot of that follow.
Yeah.
Look at that damage right there, right on the back line. And it's just all this the willingness to follow up these kinds of plays is what makes this so deadly. And even
Mhm.
if teams are willing to change things up a little bit in the later parts of the season, sub in a couple different pieces that they're willing to try out, if it works, it works.
Exactly, and we want to see it work. That's one of the main things, right? Because with all the top side focus, bot side is left to them just picking up power picks at the Jinx,
Mhm.
or we just out there too with
True.
Disconnector on the Aphelios too. Which I mean, respects to you for still playing Aphelios. I think
For
it's a very
sure.
kind of back and forth champ. It's like so considering what you're able to pull out, though, I do want to say is that Disconnector is also one of those dudes. Is as soon as you get red and blue, it's immediately time to go in for him. He does not waste a single second. I'm like, yo, fam, like I know like you want to fight, but relax just a little bit. But speaking of fighting your beatdown, though, what do you expect are going to be some of the main power picks for Bay State going into this game?
I think the big thing for me is again like Bay State. I think especially looking towards Serena, they really need a strong pushing mid laner so
Mhm.
that they can pretty much unlock their jungler, allow him to be able to move across the map, invade, affect other lanes and such so that they can actually get strong enough for the later parts of the game. I think they'll probably draft a little more towards team fighting because that is how they do like to play. Not big on split pushers, not big on 1-3-1. So I
Mhm.
think I don't think nothing like really specific comes to mind other than that Tristana. I'm sure we'll see some power pick junglers though, like Graves, Olaf, Lilia, stuff like that, all in the wheelhouse of Bay State's jungler.
Mhm.
And I mean, potentially we've definitely seen their top laner play. We played Sham. No, not ShamWow. I'm thinking of ISU. My bad. But we're thinking of Quas. He's definitely got a couple of different kinds of picks, but
Mhm.
I think I like it better when he's on picks kind of like the Ornn, the more tankier matchups, so that he
Mhm.
can better help his team with those hard CCs to start team fights.
Definitely one of the biggest things we've seen too is that Bay State will actively opt into playing things like the Ornn, Jarvan, Galio, and all in one composition. They decide that, hey, we have 3 call-in buttons that we're gonna go in onto one specific target, and we're gonna pile drive onto them, make sure that they can't move for the rest of their lives.
That's
That we
true.
want to make them install right here, right now, and it's immediately what I like to call here. It's an on-site thing. Right? As soon as the cooldowns are done, your lives will be taken. If your flash is down, I bid you good luck, friends. Which is exactly how Beast is just decides to like, okay, this is how they're doing the game. And like you mentioned, right? But their key frame is through that 5v5. They're gonna end A ram it, play together as a team, but then that leaves the question of then getting out of lane state. They do generally have to be even with a lot of the picks they give, and picking up
Yeah.
J4 to that might not exactly be the most healthy pick. But let it come to you, the same question for ICU. What do you imagine some power picks will be for them to make sure that Bay State can have the safe laning phase?
Well, I mean, first of all, I want to zoom out a little bit and say across the board, we have some very niche picks that can come through in this series. You're looking at Serenok with the Xerath, some things like that, even the utility TF for him. But
Mhm.
you got to think of the Katarina when it comes to Drew Dozer. I mean, this dude is
True.
insane on this pick. First of all, Katarina is a little insane on herself, but Drew
Mhm.
Dozer piloting that one for sure. And maybe one of these days, I don't know if it's even in meta still, but maybe Disconnector will throw in our Rumble from way back in the heyday of scouting grounds. You never know, but it's a lot of those kind of niche picks that if they come through in these drafts and you get a little bit of comfort for each side, it really is a boon.
Which is what I find like a lot of it, and just all these points of contentions will play down to what's going to happen in the draft. Right now,
Mhm.
ICU is blue side first, and they said they do have some plans coming into it. But I imagine for Bay State, they'll likely save that red side pick for. Which I remember Coach Dick even said, it all depends on who's feeling it that day, who's really
True.
about to try to scrap. So I actually want to just get a little bit of prediction before the predictions. Looking at Bay State right
Actually,
now,
don't
who you
predict.
think is going to be feeling it? Who you think they're going to save that final counter pick for?
Ooh, okay. In my mind, I was kind of thinking about it too as you were talking about it. I want to lean towards Serenok because I think with how they generally play and how they need to play today, especially against ISU, you need a pushing lane. You need a good matchup for your mid lane and win off of that.
Now, Leonard, what are you looking at right now, right? You know what? I want to ask you a similar type question, but a little bit differently. You're not necessarily who the counter pick is going to be. I want to ask you real quick. Who do you think will have the highest KDA in this game?
I gotta go with my boy War Machine Hyper. You know, he's getting one
Damn,
game
baby.
tonight. He got to slam at home.
Okay. All right, respects. No, this is already putting up predictions out there. You already got your thinking caps on, right? You are essentially being the Nostradamus of your times. So Len, we'll stick to you. I want to hear numbers right now. I'll be down. We'll come to you first because I know I says every single time here to you, man. You're already ready for it. So Len, I'm gonna try to catch you off guard. I'm gonna need to hear the quantitative facts. Who is it going to be and why? Like and like I don't want to hear just like maybe we'll see. Like I want to hear 2-1-0-4, 94-17.
All right.
What is it going to be?
All right, so I gotta say it's a 2-1 ISU. At least we gotta give one game to Bay State. They do have some strong things. They're gonna throw a huge wrench into the works in one of the games, especially when they sub in an entire roster, pretty much.
Yeah.
But ISU are just strong in general. They gotta take it home.
Beat that.
Okay, I was like, is he gonna ask? Is it
Is he
implied?
gonna even
But
ask?
yeah.
Come on, bro.
You know
got
what? I'm gonna be real with you. I put 2-1 in the doc, but I'm changing it. 2-0 ISU. I just yeah, I'm gonna say it. Like I think game one is gonna go their way, and even with the swap out to GFP, it's not gonna really impact their play at all. They have practice time with him. Now with these jungle nerfs, his play style is a lot more viable than it used to be. And if game one's going ISU, I don't think I'm not too sure that Bay State's second roster is going to be able to pick up a win.
Okay. Now, y'all know, bro, I'm always one for bringing out a different opinion. I'm not going to be one of y'all like this because every single time I've sided.
Can't be a sheep.
Never.
That's right.
Never.
Sheep.
I got to take from me, Len. I got to break out of the system. Break through the matrix. Like, I have to be the one. So with that, because every single time I've sided with the adolescent, I've always been wrong.
Oh,
So I'm going to put it out there right now. I think it is going to be 2-1 Bay State. I called it locked. I put it in my pocket. I'm not going to stop it. So that all being said, we're going over to a casters for the night after just a little bit, that being Rebel, Fox, and Travesty to take us into game number one and break it all down for us. Y'all, let's get it, gentlemen.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. We are here. We are back in Upsurge. And man, Rebel. Usually I go on this big tangent about, oh my God, look at how voluptuous my co-caster is. Look at how he is looking. Look at that sparkle in his eye right there, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, take a moment to appreciate Rebel Fox. But Rebel. We are in here for a very, very important matchup here today, man. ISU taking on the side of Bay State. It's going to be a good one.
It should be. We get a nice collegiate matchup, a nice competitive matchup here as we're getting closer to the end of UPL playoffs. And also, you cannot expect to give me a compliment like that while you're wearing your snack of a self Pikachu sweatshirt and not get that return compliment, my man. Take a moment and just appreciate the Pokemon swag that he's out with in that representation of the big announcement that came out today.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, man, listen, I'm excited for Sinnoh, but I'm also excited for today here, man. It's going to be a classic showdown between these two teams. And, you know, what makes a classic, besides the fact that you just have so many high stakes when you introduce these two teams against one another?
Yeah, especially with where they're at in the standings. Again, we're getting closer to the playoffs. That five-way tie, it's going to be really difficult to split. We split it here in the last couple of weeks. And if you make an argument to me, I mean, at the beginning of the season especially, these were two of the top teams in the group between Bay State and Illinois. I thought these were going to be confirmed playoff teams, and everybody else was going to be competing for that number 4 spot, where here we are. It only takes a game or two here or there to actually lose out and not even make it. And it's very potential that one of these two squads might not actually end up in that playoff spot because of their performance today. So this is almost a do or die situation for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rebel, I noticed for a moment there. I gotta bring it up. It is important that I take note of this. I saw you getting a little green there. Okay, I saw it fade away eventually. There was a little bit of green that was going on there. It's okay. You don't listen. Ravish can't talk to you here. You're fine. You don't have to worry about it.
Thank goodness. That's my nightmare. Flopping a Ravish on the desk, man. It's terrifying.
But hey, listen. Oh man, he's getting green again. I need to not say that name again. All right, but anyways, we got a fun matchup here, and I'm excited to see what these two teams are going to be able to bring out against each other. This is a team full of pocket picks, full of cheese from different sides, and you have different picks that can come out from different positions of the map. Couple conditions that are coming in here too, based off of who's going to be coming in, who's going to be going out. It's going to be pretty nice, man. I gotta say, I am ready to see exactly what these teams are going to be able to slug out against each other with.
You have not only meta reads for everything that you want to play, things that you don't want to play, but what's cool about these teams is they often have their very unique picks. You think about guys like Serenok running things like Xerath and Tristana out of the mid lane. You have Disconnector, who is like, he's played in other different roles, but also he plays the Jinx, which has popped back up into the meta. You think about Hyper, who he's been playing a number of different junglers. He also played the Lee Sin for the first time, which got a little better this patch with a lot of the changes that came through and has been popping up in a couple of places. A lot of these different players across both squads have these individual unique picks that I think will define the draft just as much as what's actually meta right now. I think it's a really cool design that we have, that these two collegiate teams have all these kind of cool things that we're looking for to ban out, pick, things like that.
Yeah, and man, it's one of those things too where it's just like you get to see so many unique situations that get brought up, right? Something that could normally be OP and would be banned away every single game all of a sudden gets through because you had to ban away somebody's Katarina. You had to ban away somebody's just anything, right? Like you have to turn around and acknowledge like some of the things that you're not comfortable playing against. And all of a sudden, you get those champions that are in that broken tier. You get those champions like the Seraphine, who we never see.
No.
You get those champions. You get a possibility for those champions to come out, or else you face the wrath of the cheese and you're lactose intolerant. It becomes a troublesome time. I want to know exactly, right? Like what's going to happen when it comes down to those scenarios and see these two teams, basically punching each other in the face. I want to see haymakers being thrown. I don't want no feeling each other out. I want them to step into every punch they throw.
I'm upset because you said the word Katarina, and it seems like the more I ignored that pick is in the back of Drudozer's pocket, the more he's like, all right, I think it's a Katarina angle here. I remember first time I got a chance to cast it, it was into a Twisted Fate with a gold card. They ended up making this massive turnaround against a team that they had no business beating in the return game or something along those lines. And it was a pretty rough situation, but like that's the kind of thing that we like to bring out. Those are the kind of unique picks that we want, especially when you're competing at this level. You don't have time, you don't have energy to withdraw resources or pull any sort of punches. This is where everything's got to come out for yourselves.
Yeah, and oh man, I was talking about how excited I am. I am ready for this, baby. We got ISU on the blue side, Bay State College on the red side here. Both of these teams are at 3-2, and we are starting the draft phase right here, right now. Let's see exactly what these teams have up their sleeve.
Yeah, and okay, so one other thing, again, Bay State usually doesn't start with Quas anymore. They've been kind of going away from that as the season has continued, which means that you're not terrified of things like the Nazis, you're not terrified of things like the Alawi, you're not terrified of that kind of stuff. So on Riz side, I'm not saying it's not a threat, and there are still picks that can come out from the top side especially, but usually when Quas was around, that was at least a consideration you had to take, is what kind of wacky pick could he bring out on the top side. Hasn't really been that threat since they've swapped off of him in the top side.
Yeah, he's gone from being the king of cheese, right? And then once you expect the cheese to come your way, he'll just pull out Shen, right? Like he'll just play something that's consistent in the meta, and that's the biggest curveball you can get. As we are seeing some of these bans, they're very slow in coming out. Both teams trying to gather whatever they want to ban away, and Seraphine being banned away on blue side.
It's interesting that Illinois State has chosen to take away both Seraphine and Udyr, which are both really good first picks when they're flexible, or at least Udyr is really good just because he's a strong jungler, and Seraphine's good because of her flexibility. Bay State's going a lot more focused, where they're taking the Thresh off the board, making sure it's not going to Illinois State's supports. They were looking at the Rex side, but again, Gluten Free Panda's not in quite yet. I don't think Hyper plays that as much. Instead, going to go to the Yone.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and take away Yone. Makes perfect sense.
Mhm.
Do not want to give that champion over to anybody who even has any inclination to play it. And the Zoe taken away from BSC is going to be the answer here. See what the last ban from BSC will be. And first pick will be under the way. The Gragas possible ban.
Yeah, these are really targeted bans here. I am glad to see the Gragas is starting to step in potentially as a ban. No, they're going to get rid of Hyper's pool a little bit more. He is a
Ooh.
really good Graves player. There's no denying that. But man, they are really targeting down specific pools here between Nausicaa and then Drew Dozer as well as Hyper in those. None of the really powerful picks are banned away. Olaf is still available if they absolutely want it, which is another pick that's been really popular. Although we talked about it, I think the desk also wanted to talk about it a little bit, where Senna and Jinx are both possibilities to come out here potentially at B1. And that's what we're
Mhm.
looking at right here from Illinois State.
Yeah, I would definitely see it. I mean, it works out really well. Technically kind of flexible, but is going to be coming in here. And yeah, you do see over here, by the way, that it does say Quas on the screen, but Quas is not playing inside this game. So don't be fooled. He is indeed a player, but is not playing here.
Mhm.
But we'll see what the next pick is going to be. And a Caitlyn in response. Be very interesting.
I'm curious if the Morgana is going to follow it, because we know, first off, there's been a number of Enchanter kind of changes that have made it a little bit more appealing to play some of the Enchanters. And then couple that with the fact that Caitlyn Morgana is just that tried and true gold tier or whatever top tier bottom lane that you've had for pairings over the course of all League of Legends. Maybe not always the champions being at the top of the meta, but that combination, their CC, their range, their safety, it's so difficult. Instead, they look at the Leona trying to punish up against the Senna, which I think is a little better. You could go Tom Kench here to try to protect up against that, which makes a ton of sense. It would indicate that this is just going to be a fasting Senna, which is to be expected.
Yeah, and I like the Leona. We were talking about things that pair together with Caitlyn very well. That is a champion that pairs well indeed and gives a lot of kill pressure. Now the decision is on Illinois State. They will grab Renekton immediately as a response. We'll see what they grab to fill out the rest of their draft here in the first phase.
Nidalee and Talia are the two that come to mind as being top potential picks here for the top side, only because that's something you can punish top side with alongside the Renekton. The problem is there are still things that can try to sandbag that lane. I know Ornn is the one I always come back to. Nobody really likes to play Ornn, but it is something that works perfectly fine into the likes of Renekton, and it is difficult to gank even with the Talia, and it looks like that's what they actually go to. So maybe some potential to counteract that lane with something tankier, something bulkier. Renekton, or my apologies, not Renekton. Malphite could also work when you get that ultimate. It's a pretty decent safety net against the likes of Talia as well.
Yeah, right now, off of these two picks alone, you're probably getting jumped onto top side. We'll have to see if we can call you a profit here, as they do hover the Malphite, but it is immediately going to get flipped over to the Hecarim, and that is going to be locked in. So Devil the Grey gets himself his Hecarim, and now we're going into ban phase number 2, and it'll be interesting to see what these what the targets are going to be at.
Yeah, we've actually seen these two drafts have kind of gone by each other like ships in the night, where Illinois State's like, okay, we want to put a lot of priority on the Senna, and then we want to put a lot of priority on playing two topside with this massive Renekton and Talia combination to attack Benji, who is stepping into this role over top of Quas, who is the ex-top laner, or at least the backup top laner now was the starting top laner. And on the other side, they go, okay, let's get powerful bot lane, let's get a lot of range, potential engage, let's play with this Caitlyn, who got some buffs this patch, and let's grab Hecarim as another potentially high ganking jungler, high velocity jungler for Devil the Grey to run the map with. Like, you haven't really seen the massive play, or at least the interaction in this draft so much. That will start to come in as we get into the second phase of bans, where you're seeing like aggressive supports, controlling supports taken away from Bay State, and on the other side, a good amount of disengage, potentially trying to get rid of that for Renekton and Talia to make moves.
Yeah, and you can see, right, Bay State, they're saying, okay, we'll go ahead and get rid of Kench as well. You were talking about it already. We saw it. If you guys were watching the UGP, that was a staple pick. We got to see a lot of Kench. And for very good reason. We'll see how Illinois round it off. And Rebel, they said all the champions you were talking about, they're like, I don't care about them, ban them away.
Yeah, not wanting to get anything away. And now it's like, you have to pick top lane here. You're waiting for Serenok's pick to come in. There's no confusion about that one. It's a question of like, what do you want into Renekton and Talia? And the answer is probably nothing for the most part, because there's not a ton of picks that are spectacularly good. Malphite is still available. They hovered it at the end of the last pick.
Yeah. They are
Fun.
going to be looking to see what they like in. Gangplank
Oh.
getting locked in here. So, Bish, hey, I want to be a bit aggressive on here. Give me my Gangplank. I'll have an orange. Every gank will be K. And now, Illinois State, the ball is in your court. They got support in mid lane to still lock in for themselves here, as Pike would be interesting. Doubtful, but that really would be interesting to see. That looks a lot more stable.
Yeah, I think Alistar makes a bit more sense here. This could actually be a farming center if they absolutely need it to be, because Alistar isn't the greatest with farm, and at least not as good as what the Tom Kench can be when you got double the health bar, but it's still workable either way. The big thing is you can prevent Leona from coming in, try to deny any sort of access to that mid lane. The hover of the Xerath, I think, is a shot at Serenok more than it is a potential, as is the Tristana. Pretty funny stuff. But either way, again, disengaging Leona, roaming around the map, all
Ooh.
possibility is they lock it. Okay.
Yep, they are going for the Tristana here. They do have an AP jungler, so they do have that option open up for them, and they jump into it immediately now. Bay State, what is going to be your answer inside the mid lane?
I'm actually curious really heavily. Okay, so it's not shocking to see the Xerath come through. I am possibly terrible. I'm a little curious, at least to start with, whether or not they're willing to put Renekton in mid lane, put Tristana top to try to abuse the range matchup here. Because we know, like, I think Lucian is the typical play, but Tristana's also really good into Gangplank. And then mid lane, you're not getting a good matchup either way, where like just the bullying's going to happen either way. But the setup for Renekton, if you get a stun onto the Xerath, is still really good and exceptionally powerful as an execute for Hyper. So there's some flexibility there. I doubt that's what's going to happen. They're probably just going to put Drew Dozer on Tristana mid lane, but I think there is a little bit of shenanigans you can play with your solo lanes if you think you're not getting the right matchups here for Illinois State.
If I see another Renekton go mid, I'm going to lose it. I'm just going to put that out at Rebel. You'll start seeing that, but yeah, no, it's going to be a very interesting thing to be able to see if they do want to go that way. But I feel like that's just wasting, right? Like you got this Talia Renekton combo. You got a Gangplank up in the top lane. He can only eat that orange one time every couple seconds, right? He's got to wait for a bit. He's got to let his stomach settle, man. That stomach acid, it's a bad thing. You don't want to get indigestion. He doesn't have any Tums over there in the top lane. He only has oranges, man. It's a rough time. So you got to be careful if you're playing as this Gangplank here, because this is a top lane combo that I feel like is meant to just scream top die. This is exactly what it's supposed to be. And ShamWow is definitely looking to clean up the top line instead of going to the mid lane, I feel like here. I'm also very curious on what the nature of the bot lane is going to be here, because we saw a lot of early priority on the support for Bay State, but Illinois were like, we'll take what we get.
I'm going to make a point of saying that Bay State's got a really, really intriguing comp, because now you've got like a ton of range with the likes of Caitlyn and Xerath and Gangplank, the barrels, the ultimate coming out from Gangplank combined with everything that Xerath brings makes for an incredible siege composition that like is very difficult to get onto. And you're trying to force your way in with this. It's kind of a weak dive comp where you've got like Renekton can get to back, especially if you go Prowler's Claw. You got Alistar who can go to back, and then you've got lower range on your Tristana who wants to jump in. Talia wants to come into mid range, something like that, and your only support is the likes of the Senna. So it's about how does Leona, how does Hecarim actually generate the space for this siege composition to work. You can either play around lanes if you've got this advantage to start with, or you start up a fight with the likes of those to try to stall for a bunch of time on frontline while these Qs start to come in from Xerath, these barrels start to come in from Gangplank, this damage starts to ramp up from Invictrix as well. And the other side, again, Illinois State, they're if they get behind, they're just in a world of trouble, because I don't know how you're going to be able to respond to all this range that they've got on Bay State.
Yeah. For Illinois, it seems like their team is you win until you lose, and then over on the side of Bay State, they got the 360 no scope clan, right? They got that clan going for themselves there. They've been jumping into a couple COD lobbies. They've been setting up some ladder stalls. They've been getting their phase on. They got the Cell Dweller playing in the background. They said, "Mom, get the camera." But it's definitely a interesting tale of two different style compositions, both having two completely different objectives across the board.
Yeah, it's a shame that we lost Visions this week, because it would have been nice to have him for this 360 composition and just wanting to snipe people as often as possible. But I think we're in for a banger of a match, just because, again, Illinois, they've got all the tools necessary to try to aggress early. They've got the Renekton Talia combination, which is exceptionally good at punishing squishy champions, even if Gangplank can't get that CC off. I think you're also able to run top lane. You're able to do fine things in the mid lane when you get just a little bit of levels for Tristana, maybe move around as much as the Xerath, try to help out some of the river fights. Bottom lane is where my curiosity goes, because again, it's super defensive from ISU trying to get Senna into later stages of the game, maybe trying to get Nausicaa out of lane to go support other places. But this Caitlyn Leona is not going to bend very easily or break very easily, especially even with a lot of people bearing down on them. They've got a ton of range and a ton of HCC to work with. So I'm excited to see how this game's going to turn out.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too. And I'm with you in the earlier prediction that you made. I'm going to jump on board with you. I think this is a farming center that we're going to see here because, like you were talking about, Alistair, not really the farming support that you normally see, right? You usually see a different kind of support gets played in that position. So it is going to be very interesting as I just thought of it, man. This is instead of you're winning until you lose, we need to keep the Call of Duty reference.
Yeah.
We got team drop shots versus team 360 no scope. All right. That's what we got here. We got the kids with the quick reflexes, firing away, jumping around, popping down to the ground. On the other side, we got the 360 sniper clan.
What is it called in Valorant when you only use the Bulldog?
Bulldog Gamer.
Bulldog Gamer. See, I was gonna say that's me, but Bay State's logo is literally a bulldog, so I don't think we can actually use.
Yeah, we can't do that. We can say the Bucky Gamers.
That's true. Bucky.
Yeah.
Gamer. That's fair. I don't use the Bucky, but that's fine.
Hey, listen. Once you do it, you never go back. I'm just gonna put that out there, man.
Oh, good. You sit in a corner and you just have a shotgun. You kill 4 people, and you're like, I am the most powerful human being.
Have you ever taken a judge and walked around the corner and just held down the trigger? It's very empowering. Let me tell you.
You have people that are trying to do all these crazy things and make these rotations. I'm just sitting here like he who shotgun and just hit people. It's click on their head.
Man. It's simple as that. But you know what? Seeing what we got here, we are going to be looking at how everything can possibly go out here. And man, oh man, this is going to be spicy. I mean, I'm just looking at this draft again here.
Mm-hmm.
And I am ready to see exactly how these two teams are going to play against each other because there's a scaling advantage. There's some lane dominance in certain areas, of course. And then you look over on the other side. I want to see if this Talia Renekton actually ever gets off the ground.
I absolutely want to see that as well. And especially after some of the jungle changes. Again, Talia got some direct nerfs as well as some partial nerfs due to some of the scaling that's taken out of the jungle. So I'm curious to see. I think some people have shied away. There's still a handful of junglers playing it around the world because it's not weak as much. As we get a level 1 invade. Ooh, that Glacial Augment!
That is actually huge. And that rocket jump becomes a Goomba Stomp. And that's first blood that goes over the disconnector.
Yeah. Farming center, by the way, also, so you don't have to be upset about that one.
Nope.
I know you're discontent whenever you see a support center at the AD position, but in this one, we're actually going to get farming center, and that is such a unique invade where you turn that corner with Glacial Augment, you find the play and the slow, and you start your W. You don't have to, but it's not really that big of a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Huge play from Disconnector, and a very creative level 1 from the side of ISU.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what you see. And, one of the things that you and me didn't really talk about too terribly much is these are two teams that are, in the collegiate scene. These are two teams that are constantly trying to hone their craft. And we talked about, you and me both commentated games all week long over at the UGP. And we got to see collegiate teams like Winthrop and Maryville putting in the work, making sure that these amateur teams can get pushed down. And you know what? They get born from this kind of craziness, this uniqueness that comes out of collegiate.
That they do. I think it's also important just thinking when you're in the collegiate space, you oftentimes have coaches and administration that are involved, and so you have things like these level 1s where you sometimes as solo queue players and as teams you don't think about what the effects of a level 1 can be and how different things turn out when you have that kill initially on the Senna in this earlier stage of the game. And that's something that I think collegiate teams, when they're scrimming other collegiate teams, when they have these coaches behind them, the staff behind them to prepare for things like this is what makes them really unique. Is the it's not that 5-man invade right through mid lane into the red side or something. They come up with some of this creative stuff.
And you love to see it. Something to take note of too is Hyper is in for this first game. I do believe it is confirmed that he is not able to stick around for game number 2. So a lot of pressure on him as ShamWow facing some pressure here in the top side as Hyper is here on the wings looking to jump onto gameplay.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if we actually have barrel level 2 or if he actually started W level 2, because you have to be afraid of a flash stun from Shamma who just hits level 3 as he's been shoved completely off.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to find that stun, are going to be able to throw a couple rocks, but they felt more like petals here, as Gangplank is going to be fine and has his dancing shoes to get around that.
Yeah. Benji, I was really worried for right there because I knew having watched, I was pretty sure the barrels were there at level 2, and it was like, okay, no W means you're very dead if they're able to spot that one out. But thankfully, he plays very defensively, doesn't even burn the flash, and end up just soaking the rest of this wave as ShamWow is able to back off. He's going to move away, maybe try to put some wards into this Tri-Brush, something along those lines.
Yeah, but
What
interesting thing to
happened?
take note of with the pathing. Look at the scuttle. Like you look over there. Devil got top scuttle, and over on the bottom side of the map, we're seeing scuttle be taken by this Caitlyn Leona combo. There's no scuttle left for Hyper.
Yeah, they played their hand really early, knowing that they were going to go for a heavy top side. Actually, solo kill on the
But a
top side.
huge punish coming in the bot side though. Vitress goes down. Beautiful catch coming out from ISU, and they are punished for taking the scuttle bug.
Plays on the cross map. They put a bunch of resources into ShamWow on the top lane, and he goes down to Benji here on the top side with this Gangplank getting the solo kills. The response was there on bottom side. Double flashes burn for Noska and Disconnector, but you're able to get it. And I don't think this is exactly how ISU pictured getting an advantage in the early game, but man, whatever works, works. You're going to take that all day.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest thing that we end up seeing with this gameplay is that it can be, well, not just the gameplay, the Renekton here, it can be a risk, right? You have drafted 2 of your champions to be ideal in this situation here, and I feel like we might see Hyper turn his attention towards his bot side that's doing incredibly well for itself now.
And you definitely like to see that if at all possible. I know Nausicaa actually has a number of the tools here from the side of ISU that make it like a game changer in terms of what happens in the game, because if you're able to land these massive Alistar engage with a flash or like a W flash or something along those lines, get onto this bottom lane, or more importantly, into this team in general when they're sieging up around objectives, that's the play you're looking for from him to be that kind of star power. And so Nausicaa has a lot of the agency in this game that normally supports don't necessarily have. They put it into him as Serenok gets engaged on the mid lane.
Yeah, he gets engaged onto, the bomb will tick away and pop onto Serenot. The damage is coming out, and his Devil the Grey is here to play. Flash coming out early from Serenot to make sure he is out of harm's way, but Devil is still in the midst of it all. The Ghost was used, but the 4-man rotation from ISU is able to push him back as Gameplay solo kills the Renekton again.
Oh, how, man? Like, you're Renekton. I know you're getting abused by these Qs. I know Trial by Fire is not a fun mechanic. I know Gangplank has heals and barrels and everything, but man, you slow it down now. You don't have to play the top side. Your west of your map is winning. Just make sure you don't give enough kills over to Gangplank. He can become this damage backbone that's so good for this team to prevent any sort of engage. The barrels are a really good way to prevent you from getting into the back line of these fights. Stop giving him gold. Just slow down. Build full tank if you have to, ShamWow, because the rest of the map is doing so well.
Yeah, and ISU is kind of in a rock and a hard place here. Their artillery comes down, lasers are being called from the sky. He will survive, but Doritos are definitely feeling a little bit of pressure there.
Yeah, nice actually cover from Nausicaa here. He gets here slightly before Sword Blue, so that means that not only can Doritos access his wave to push it out and put it back in the middle where he and Serenok now, Serenok's going to get back a little faster, might lose a minion here or there, but it's a lot better than the punish that could have come through, which is Doritos are getting stuck there until another pass by Devil the Grey comes through, which would have been super, super bad. So instead, just going to go back to farming our both. Jungler's top side still massively in favor of Bay State. But again, this Tristana getting an early kill, Disconnector getting early kills, bottom side control. It's not really what they were expecting with this composition. But again, if they can adapt to it, if I could start playing towards this bottom side, into mid and into bot, maybe around these dragons as well, maybe that's the exact move that they're looking for to take this game.
Could be exactly what they need to find for themselves here, as Cloud Drake is up and available at the moment, and we are going to be looking at these players. We did see the side of ISU down a ping over there towards that Drake area, so they do know that that is something that is up. That's something that they want to rotate onto, but they kind of find a position for them to be able to safely do such, see how they may look. Find that target. His Devil is just farming away. He has died twice so far. So he is not having as fun of a time on Hecarim as you would want to.
No, yeah, and shutting out Hecarim, I think, is a really good tactic. I've seen that a number of times, and it's one of my favorite things to do, is just to see a team attack this Hecarim. It's so lethal if you let it run around the map and control things with that E. The devastating charge lives up to its name very heavily when it gets into laning phase. And as long as you can slow that down, once those ultimates start coming around, Hecarim becomes a very good champion. So making sure to pull gold resources, killing it off, making sure that it can't just get into the later game as easily. Hyper actually gets caught out here.
Yeah, he's caught out. He's in a terrible situation here. Beautiful catch coming out from Bay as they foil the attempted tower dive coming out from ISU in the bot side.
Yeah, the attempt was there, and I actually don't mind the attempt just because, again, Nausicaa and Disconnector have so much priority in this bottom lane over top of their opponents who are just sitting under tower, but really rough position to be in, getting spotted out from that control ward, getting caught up by all of this CC, and now bot side priority has been given away as well, but nobody's still going for this dragon. This Cloud Drake is not feeling very appreciated this game, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's looking tasty, but not delectable. Drew Dozer, however, looks like an all-you-can-eat as it's the onslaught of shadows to secure the kill. Senna tries to save the day, but it's not enough. ShamWow, though, did take a pleasure from that shield, it seems, and finds a shutdown over in the top side.
Yeah, it looked like in the mid lane, Serenok was able to find a Shocking Orb, which is the one thing that could prevent. Now Hyper, actually, he gets some backup from ShamWow. Are they going to be able to find Sword Blue here?
They are laying out some damage. Dark Harvest coming through, but yet another orb connects, and it stunts the efforts of ISU there. So beautiful coming out from Bay State College here, recovering very nicely, and all of a sudden the gold went from a 1K advantage in favor of ISU to now even again here as we get into the 10-minute mark.
It feels like these teams are just trading off kills with zero necessity whatsoever. They're not walking towards objectives. They're not getting these massive CS leads for the most part. It seems relatively even on both sides where everybody's just, again, just trading off kills. It feels like there's no actual thought behind what's happening around the map. It's like each team is just catching the other in the middle of their play because it's not set up properly or because it's being played too fast or something along those lines. And due to that fact, again, trading,
there it is.
Wow.
Beautiful coming out from the Alistair. That's the aggressiveness you want to see. Sword Blue able to get out with a perfectly timed flash of his own. And man, oh man, yet again, a trade of summoners here in the bot side.
Nausicaa is the kind of Alistair you want in solo queue, man. If there's no communication there, Sword Blue just gets completely caught by that wall, and he ends up going down. Has to burn the flash to get away. And Nausicaa, like I said, when you talk about star power and the ability to play against this team, you talk about what agency they actually have. That's it right there. It's top lane now under the tower.
Yeah, Gameplay just killed him under tower. Like, like we were looking at it like, oh yeah, Renekton got a solo kill. He had to get help. Right, and that is going to be Cloud Drake getting taken down, a big objective taken by ISU, and Devil the Great getting punished for trying to contest such, but the Alistair, so squishy with that phase rush, is going to go down. Sword Blue was able to get an aptly timed stun there, is going to make it out alive, but it's going to be the right of the Arcane that takes out Hyper.
Where is
TP? ShamWow versus the world here, but the world is just too freaking heavy. Oh, jeez.
It's such a late TP there from him. He's just respawning off of death, and I know he wasn't able to come in after that, maybe trying to punish. They were so close on like 2 or 3 kills being able to trade back right there. All they needed was a little bit more damage, but they simply did not have it from the remainder of their carries. So you get the dragon, yes, but this is the first really definitive advantage that Bay State's going to be able to pull away with during this game.
Yeah, honestly, that is a rough spot for ISU to end up being in here, and ShamWow right now, probably, you know, acting like his mic is breaking up a little bit. He's just like, what? Hey, guys, what? Oh, sorry, I was lagging there. That's a good strat to have in those scenarios, but not to go in 1v4 like that. We are now 12 minutes into the game here, getting close to a 10K. This wolf, what is happening here, Hyper?
He missed it on the first go round and then kept aggroing and everything else. It was a little insane. I don't really know what happened right there. They're shifting back to topside. They've got Nausicaa up here. They're really looking heavily to play for this Rift Herald. They have topside pushed in. It was a rotation, actually. Gangplank's on bottom side right now, so this bot lane is up here, but you still have numbers advantage because Devil the Grey hasn't accessed here yet. Tristana's still on the map as well. compared to Xerath, who had only just back. He's coming back now. They have to do this quickly because otherwise they will get caught here without their Tristana, and it will be a numbers advantage in favor of Bay State if they want to challenge for it.
Yeah, and ISU is looking like they have the inside path. They will secure it.
Rough.
ShamWow is going to grab it, though. Hyper is running into the base of Bay. And now Hyper is looking like a sacrificial lamb here. Devil the Grey will be able to find him, smite him down. We'll be able to lay out some damage. The seismic shove is there. Devil the Grey actually does take a good amount of damage here. He's looking at his team like, guys, where were you at? But he will secure it at the end of the day. And Devil the Grey finds that solo kill for himself. But Serenade goes on. He's in critical HP as Drew Dozer busted shots him on out there. Beautiful solo.
And it is, yeah. That's the advantage of having the Tristana. You get the Rift Herald, you do lose Hyper, you trade the 1 kill in the mid lane, and now even mid lane tower could end up being sieged on. A couple more plates going back into the favor of Tristana for the next 15 seconds while they're still available. Gangplank hasn't been able to punish anything. Rift Herald gets summoned in the mid lane, actually, as they're going to use it maybe to try to siege down this first tower. And they get it.
Yeah, but Drew Dozer is getting jumped onto. The barrage is there. You get first brick, but you have to sacrifice one little elf, one really nice, helpful elf by the name of Drew, to be able to grab it.
It's painful. Both teams are expending a lot more than they probably need to like just force plays to happen, because it seems like they're not just giving it proper setup. They're not looking for what they need to do. They're not putting wards down. They're not in that particular case. It was actually way overstay here from Drew Dozer, trying to make sure enough damage was on the tower, and then they're just like, all right, let's just throw the Rift Herald down, get it as fast of a play as possible, only to get punished by Devil the Grey on his entrance back to the map after that Rift Herald play. And it just feels strange because, again, around the map, it's just all over the place. People getting punished, being in positions they probably shouldn't be in for everything that's happening.
I 100% agree with you here. As you look at, you can actually, if you ever want like evidence of that, and you just want to look at the KDA, look at Bay's kills and look at that. They have 10 kills, but nobody, like the Hack Room has 6 out of the 10 kills in participation. Everybody else has like random sporadic numbers, and that just shows you how scattered these fights have been, how they have been looking, and even with a kill advantage like this, haven't been able to grab any objectives worthwhile, as Drew Dozer taking a bit of damage here yet again. The Solar Flare coming in, they lock him down. Sword Blue says that kill is mine. Sorry, Serenade, as he grabs that. But over in the top side, we got a trade going on. They dove the Gangplank, but yet again, Devil the Grey is there in the wings and takes Hyper out.
That it does. Man, again, it feels so heavily like Bay State. They're able to make plays happen every once in a while, and then combine that with the fact that now mid lane tower is going to go down. They've been able to punish ISU more than ISU's been able to punish them for their plays, and they're just picking up more on the map. Yes, first Rift Herald. Yes, first Dragon went down. They're going to be able to trade Drakes right here, put this back to an even Dragon count, and again, that Rift Herald's only good if it gets you a gold advantage or something, and they're sitting down 2,000 gold right now, so feeling really good. This entire topside plan that you had with Renekton and Talia not really coming to fruition. You haven't been able to push Drew Dozer any further ahead in this lane, and he started to get punished by Devil the Grey, who's been able to come back from that early deficit he was put onto. Big stuff from Bay State, being able to turn this game around.
Yeah, and Drew Dozer needs to be careful, as he will get turned around to the fountain very quickly here if he is caught out of position here. But yeah, this game is looking, I said earlier, before we got into the game, I'm looking for some haymakers. Talia picking up the kill onto the Renekton down here in the bot side, but I wanted to see some haymakers coming out, and we're just seeing these two teams laying haymakers, and sometimes they is gritting their teeth and stepping into the punches, but ISU looking like they're trying to step into a punch here, but not able to get the catch out on Sword Blue or Invictus there. So good attempt, but not going to secure anything.
I can see the pain in that rank 7 hit right there by Hyper, as he misses the wall, doesn't burn any summoners, doesn't burn anything from either of the two, and then doesn't even get the seismic shove either at the end of that. So it was kind of just like a toss of the ability, hoping maybe fishing for something, but not going to be able to find it. And now we get into a discussion of, okay, now we're at, what, even gold across both sides because of the tower take and then the kills that have come down onto Gangplank. Who actually wins in the later stages of the game? Because again, you've got really easy access of damage on the side of Bay State with this superior range, but you do have the scaling of what Tristana and a Senna can do in the later stages, which should supersede what Caitlyn's capable of doing.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it will be something that bears fruit here as Drew Dozer find himself getting smited yet again here. Zareth is on halfway across the world and is picking him off, and no place is feeling quite too terribly safe for Drew Dozer at this moment. But Alistair looking for a possible play onto the gangplank here. Yeah, definitely feeling a little cautious.
This Tristana, man, it feels like Drew Dozer's playing it so well as a ballerina, and they just keep throwing things at him. 2-3 ultimates, multiple champions every time he's out on the map.
Gangplank, you knew they were there.
Yep.
Gangplank, you had vision. Has to burn flash. Doesn't get seismic shove, so that's going to be good. But over on the other side, Bay is going to be able to grab top tower. So that will be nice for them as they've thwarted the efforts of the 3-man rotation on the Gangplank in the bot side. Devil the Grey looking to possibly catch anybody out over here onto the side. And
got ult this time.
Drew Dozer, you're in a bad
Sword Blue's
place,
got his
buddy.
ult. Yeah, he's gonna get caught by Sword Blue's ultimate if he's not. Okay, Disconnector finally found him.
Nah, but Disconnector was able to find him. Good sights, good look. Sword Blue is on a hasty retreat here as
Oh, they
Hyper
want
is
this.
looking to capitalize onto something here. Is looking for one error at all. Does not have the wall though, so they will decide to back off.
You have to be wary right now if you're playing against this Tristana and the combination with this Senex.
Onslaught of Shadows! Hyper does not get connected onto that, neither does the orb hit onto anybody here. Inside of Bay does disconnect here, so
Herald.
that'll be just the Herald.
There's 1 minute left on this. Gangplank is nowhere near. No TP, no ultimate, so there's no way to affect this. So this is just, in essence, a 5v4, which is in favor of ISU. They're looking to try to play against Renekton, but they can't find anything. So Rift Herald goes over, and now it's about where do you attack on this map with the Rift Herald, because you're giving away a good amount over to this Gangplank on the bottom side of the map. He's able to catch waves freely, kind of take this tower freely as fast as he wants. And able to get all this gold into, again, one of these later game threats means they got to get something for this Rift Herald. I want to see them try to accelerate this Tristana, because if Drew Dozer gets to a powerful point, he could potentially start looking to even outplay what happens when Devil the Grey and Serenok are looking to aggress onto him with trade kills of his own.
Yeah, and Shamwow is going to be able to slice and dice on over there, give a little bit of a threat over to the side of the GP Leona here. They realize, hey, there might be somebody in the area, so let's back up, be safe. And I'm like you, I want to see if they're able to crack anything. By the way, I want to talk about first items, point them out real quick. We do see the Everfrost actually built onto this Talia, so very interesting. It's, oh, no, Devil.
Yeah. Good setup, I suppose, if you have CC from anywhere. Oh, no, Devil. No.
Yeah, no, there's not much to call there. That is just him going down, and that is shutdown gold going into the pocket of Renekton yet again.
And Nausicaa, again, he's been doing quite...
Sword
Buster
Blue!
Shot!
That's an alley-oop, baby, if I ever seen one. Not going to be able to connect with the Solar Flare either. And while this is all happening, this is a spread-out fight, but it's in favor of Bay as they answer back with 2 kills of their own Gangplank. Taken off the Weaver's Wall has been used, but Shamwow is the person who is trapped with them. Serenok finds a kill on the back end of it, and now we see the Alistair. He's unchained himself. He is so tanky, but the rest of his team just suffers as it is an ace for Bay.
And you see the problem with this comp. You can play so far back if you're Serenok, who's been absolutely crazy in this game on this Xerath as he usually is, and Dictrix in that same boat where you can't really get onto this backline who's got this massive backbone of damage. And what are you supposed to do? You get a couple of kills to start with. Yeah, you're able to find the Gangplank, you're able to find Devil the Grey, but if you're not getting onto the Caitlyn and Xerath as well, you might as well have not gone into anybody,
Sword
because
Blue.
they're just going to punish you on the way back.
Sword Blue! A little bit too low there, buddy, as now that the AD carries are going against one another. Caitlyn will be able to find the upper hand on that, but that will be enough HP shaved off to stop him from doing this Baron. So Drew Dozer able to stop the big purple worm from going down at this current moment in time, and Ocean Drake is getting pinged out by the side of ISU.
Yeah, I thought that was questionable at best, but I understand it now because it was the kill onto Leona. That's your tank. That's the only person who could soak it. Maybe Devil can, but Devil took a good amount of damage as well as Invictrix, and Serenok isn't really the best damage dealer to consistently take it. So they're afraid. They're afraid that the rest of ISU will step in. That's actually a really good play coming out from ISU. Somehow able to stop a Baron that should have gone to the side of Bay State and getting themselves second dragon in the game. It feels weird to say second dragon in the game.
Yeah, Right of Arcade doesn't really hit much onto Hyper there, but you know what? He's fine with that. It is not the lengthiest of cooldowns here. He does have that Event Horizon too, where he is or the Horizon Focus, I believe is what it's called. It's not an item that you get to say too terribly often, but on Xerath, it is so key.
It's mean on a lot of different champions. Actually, okay, we're gonna see a
yeah,
punch.
yeah,
I think he just dies here.
Yeah, he just dies. Look, Serenok unstoppable. The screens on the words on the screen say it for ourselves.
You know that area is warded, right? Like, you have to know. They were on Baron. They would have pushed their wards at least a little bit forward. Now they're back onto it. There's no jungle for the potential smite, so you have to win the fight here, and you're not going to have ShamWow at all because there is no TP. You do have the barrage as well from Gangplank, so this is effectively going to be a 4v5 as Drudozer can't even get in because of this trap line. I honestly think they're just going to have to walk away from this one and chalk it up as a loss.
Yeah, the Tristana's looking to try and pivot around. Did have to use the rocket jump to get into that angle. They know that. Alistair goes in but loses all of his HP as a result. Now it's Sham who is getting jumped onto. The damage is definitely there. Baron secured by the side of BSC here, and they're looking to continue in hot pursuit. ShamWow going to get a nice bit of healing. Disconnector looking to see what he can do. The onslaught of shadows not going to be able to connect onto anybody, and it is just going to be the side of BS. The Weavers are all coming in here. Hyper wanting to have some fun here. It seems like going for a ride, but Disconnector taking a ride to the graveyard instead.
I was gonna say nobody but Nausicaa goes down, but of course,
Drudozer is aggressing here. Vitress takes half his HP. It's a rocket jump forward, and that's going to be a huge play coming out from Drew, but it is still going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
You have to try so hard on ISU's composition to get this. I think Hyper just goes down. Okay,
the sun is in his eyes. He didn't bring his shade. Sword Blue finds the kill onto Hyper there, and Bay State College is just running away with this right now.
It feels so weird because, again, you have to try so hard if you're ISU. Right there, it was like, okay, what has to happen is Hyper has to hide out of vision, press Everfrost, get him locked down, and then immediately Drudozer has to flash over the wall, rocket jump in, Buster Shot backwards, and then they get a pick on a Serenok. And the response kill is Invictrix presses E, auto attacks, kills Drudozer from half health. Like, that's so simple. That's why this difficult to execute composition is so hard right now, and especially since your front line didn't really get ahead. Yes, Nausicaa's playing well, but ShamWow isn't really this big frontliner you can rely on. Hyper didn't get super fed, and your damage isn't quite to the point where you could just pop people in a handful of autos like you'd like it for this Tristana and for the likes of Disconnector. So at the moment, you have to put so much into getting just 1 or 2 kills every single time from ISU, and it's insanely simple for Serenok to just hold his Q, press it in the direction of a champion, and do a quarter of their health bar, half their health bar, whatever it is.
Yeah, and that's just the question for ISU. How do you do that, right? Like you like you said, you have to play so freaking hard to make this work out in your favor here. You have to outplay so hard, but you look over on the other side of the map, and you see is Serenok just killing somebody with the right of the arcane yet again, and Drudozer having to rocket jump away. It's so difficult for ISU to find any room to breathe.
That it is. And again, even when they find their options potentially to look for engage, they like this right here where Drudozer, he could have maybe found a pick onto Serenok, but the rest of this team is all around and there's nothing for him to do. Buster Shot's going to get by him a little time, but he just dies. Like,
yep. They're putting effort still. They're sending 3 people to kill the Gangplank underneath its own inner tower. Your inhibitor is bare.
It's like, you need to find stall tactics here because, again, this could work if Tristana gets onto 3, 4, 5 items. Like 4 or 5 items Tristana can make this happen because you kill people like Serenok, who's got no armor, or like Invictrix, who has no armor, or even like the Gangplank, who has very little defensive stats. All of them burst really quickly. Even the Hecarim, I think, at this point would burst really quickly to the likes of Drudozer if you were on 3, 4 items, something that like of that regard. And maybe that's what they're waiting for, is they're trying to get to that point. They do have the dragon set up for that. But again, this map is just completely not at all in their favor as they walk into the jungle. Hyper's going to get punished again.
Yeah, Hyper just getting punished again. He's trying to get walked out by the Alistair. Does a fantastic job keeping him safe. And that's exactly, get you a man like this Alistair here, as now it's ShamWow coming in for the flank. Is looking to get the stun onto the Caitlyn, but the damage is not there. Ocean Drake has been started, and now it's a part of the fight. ShamWow stuck in the pit with Gangplank, and it feels like it always has been. But here comes his sweet escape. Drudozer coming in like Prince Charming, but the right of the Arcane is going to be able to rain on their parade. The damage is coming through. Alistair looking for a flank. ShamWow finds one of his own. Ocean Drake goes over, but now it is a 1-for-1 trade. The HP bars are so freaking low. Devil the Grey is looking to try and re-engage as Alistair jumps in, but it will just be a double kill, a triple kill. And Fitris is looking for Drew Dozer on the back end. Hecarim finds Hyper, but it is just going to be 4 members of ISU falling down in favor of 2 of Bays.
And Drew Dozer's picking up scraps because that fight, it got really late where everyone was looking low. But again, the team with longer range and better damage at this point is always going to win that situation. You don't even have to wait for Dragons to stack, as I don't think Drew Dozer's turning this anytime soon. He jumps in, but this is just going to be a death for him, and the game's probably going to the side of Bay State. In fact, going to the side of Bay State.
Yeah, it was a valiant effort. It was them trying to bust a shot their way into it, push them back. But, you know, it is definitely difficult. And like you said, ISU, they had themselves a composition that, if you think about it really hard, yeah, sure, they can figure out ways to make things happen. But man, oh man, the different angles that you had to look at some of these situations, like, hey man, yeah, if I rocket jump here and I get 3 autos off while I have the bomb ticking on their head, then they might possibly die. And then Caitlin's like, haha, 1 auto burr. It's just terrifying.
It was painful to watch. Everybody on the side of Bay State looked comfortable. And
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was an immaculate performance from Nausicaa, and I thought Drew Dozer put in a hell of a game on Tristana, despite the fact that he got bullied the entire time. They weren't really respecting warding. I think I could count a number of times that I saw one of their members just walking across enemy wards, not knowing there was something there. That vision control from Bay State was something else. And then they come out also, they're pushing into places they shouldn't be, getting picked off. And the most important thing is ISU had the ability to punish sometimes. When they did, it was good. Sometimes it didn't work, but Bay State's punishment almost always netted them a kill or a couple of kills or something. And for a team that's easier to execute, all you need is that gold advantage to get yourself going. That first Baron buff was all that was necessary. You don't have to play for dragons. All you got to do is play for towers, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if the advantage will stay in favor of the side of you look over at BSC. You have to see if they'll be able to keep that advantage, keep that tempo in favor of themselves, because you said it before, we got to see a very standard composition for them to be able to execute, and it worked out just completely in their favor. And you know what? Sometimes going a little bit simpler is definitely better. I do want to point out that top lane, though, Gameplank, doing exact work against this Renekton and Talia combo here. BSC's got to be looking at them and be like, yeah, that's our boy.
Attacking topside was the game plan. They couldn't make it happen, and somehow it was just like the wrench thrown in from this Gangplank pick that just devastated this Renekton. That kind of threw everything off its axis for ISU. They didn't transition into bot side play fast enough. They weren't able to get Tristana out of this laning phase and put him in a side lane up against Serenok or anything like that quick enough. And because of that, they get punished across the map time and time again. Again, it's a difficult composition to execute. You didn't get your win condition to start with, and they just kind of floundered from that point.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what ISU's response is going to be. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 3. So make sure you do not touch that browser. Do not go anywhere, as when we come back, we'll see what ISU has to bring to the table, or if it's going to be Bay State running away with the series. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the desk, everybody. Joining yet again by Beatdown Boulevard and Lennon Mazzell White here. Gentlemen, let's break down that game because it seemed to be a tug of war between the two teams, but one of them clearly had a bodybuilder and ISU had someone who started going to the gym yesterday, unfortunately. But it was still close. This will be out there to you first here where ISU had a clear win condition, but
Yep.
they didn't want to win.
Yeah, the win condition for ISU was get ahead early, given with their composition. They definitely had mid priority they could play through. And speaking of, it felt like in the early game things were going on track because you see that Bay State make a botched play in that mid lane. You're gonna see this clip coming up where Devil tries to force this play in the mid lane as Hecarim at level 4, and you can see it doesn't really work out really well, even though Serenok gets some good damage in. Hyper shows up to clean everything up, and early kills on your Talia, it's right on pace with what ISU want to do early on. But the problem ends up coming after this, and you actually see a bit of it on the screen there, is that they couldn't satisfy one of their main win conditions other than what we just talked about, and that's you pick Talia and Renekton. Why aren't you diving top all the time? All the time. I saw one attempt, and that was about it. Hyper tried to gank top with ShamWow, and it just didn't really play out here.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to see the absolute domination that ended up happening in the top lane. We got to see 3 solo kills. That was the third one, the cherry on top, if you will.
Yeah.
It didn't really transition, though. It was hard to get
No.
that lead to really be something in that mid game to late game. That's where a lot of those throws back and forth kind of went down.
Yeah.
But still, with
Mhm.
the gold leads and things like that, I mean, Bay State were able to do wonders with it towards the late game, and especially in the team fights once some of those later game pieces got online.
Yeah, and it's hard too because in those team fights, ShamWow has a much more difficult task than Vajani on that gangplank because Vajani can just kite around, do a bunch of damage from range with the parlay, with the barrel chains, of course, and with that incredible lead he built on early on. It's so easy for him to be able to do so. But we need to see flanks from ShamWow. He needs to be able to get on top of the carries. And unfortunately, with Leona as guarding your back line, that's extremely difficult to actually do. So that's why there was a lot of that back and forth in the mid game. But then once Bajani started to pop off, once he started to pick up more extra kills, they started winning, grabbing more neutral objectives. That's when things got that's just when things became pretty doomed.
It just
Yeah.
seemed as though it was all lost right at the end here. And like you saw that, as the lead for Bay State ballooned more and more, so it seemed as though that the chances for ISU dwindled just one after another. But there was some shining points, with Dozer being good, and there was a final team fight here, Lennon, where it seemed things could possibly come back.
Yeah, I mean, this was the second flank that ShamWow attempted. The previous one was about 10 seconds earlier. Gets in there a little early, and unfortunately, the damage from Bay State is just a little too much. But it was one of those last ditch efforts, trying to make sure that they could slam home something for themselves to get a little bit more of that gold lead under hand. But turns out that it actually cost them the game here with a little bit of an extended fight going through.
Yeah, and the thing that's unfortunate about it too is you could tell ISU get desperate in that situation. Like that's not even Dragon Soul for the enemy team and in Bay State. So it's not really worth throwing everything away for, especially when you already have an exposed inhibitor. I believe they still had Baron buff up at the time for Bay State. So ShamWow actually starts, what you don't actually see there is that, yeah, he pops the Dominus, but when they first started this fight, when those health bars for ISU first got low in the first place, he didn't have it up. And because of that early premature engagement, that's kind of how that ended up going down. Had they actually waited for those crucial cooldowns, fight after the dragon, pick up some structures and shutdowns of your own, maybe ISU have a window back in the game. But they couldn't. It seems like they couldn't keep their heads cool long enough to be able to do so. And that clip was just the nail in the coffin.
Now, the questions right now here, the Leonard, are ISU going to be like Evan Hansen, successfully waving through a window, or will they be able to open it and take their lead by the jaws and possibly bring this back according to your predictions? Do you think they come back from this?
I mean, one of us is wrong on the desk, and it's not me, so I'll take that win. Just joking.
It's not me, yeah.
Anyways, I mean, ISU got to come back for this. They have subbed in gluten-free Panda here. We'll be taking the place of War Machine Hypers, so maybe a little bit of change of pace, maybe a little bit of change of play will help.
Yeah.
I mean, you are right, and it's not me either here, because so far my predictions
So
as
far.
always.
I kept it 50-50, and you just gotta throw them all the way.
No. Let's put it
true.
out there, bro. It's everybody. Beatdown likes to go ahead and claim that he out here being the king of predictions. You know, biggest brain analyst, his brain as wrinkly as a walnut.
That's true.
Tonight, I don't know, man. You ain't looking too hot, bro. If you was in the fire force, you wouldn't even be at the fire station.
Oh my goodness.
I actually wish I watched Fire Force. I could have got yeah, that's fine. We'll see. But I think the main important part of this prediction is that ISU, they're still going to win the series, especially with how Bay State are subbing out almost their entire roster. They're actually, as far as I know, they're doing a 5-man swap. I can't imagine, especially with what we saw previously, that they will perform as well as the original roster did in game 1. I am hearing that it is actually a 3-man swap, but that's still a big core part of the team that you were switching out in the middle of the match. So I'm not so hot on their chances to actually 2-0, so don't count their chickens before they hatch, probably.
So with that all being said here, I mean, I still stand corrected and alive, and I don't doubt that I'll be wrong tonight here. I'm feeling pretty confident.
Maybe.
But let's see and watch as my predictions come through. We'll send it over to a Cassius, Travesty, and Rebel Fox again to prove me right for how many nights in a row. I can't even count right now. Take it away, gentlemen.
I mean, 0.
Thank you again, Des, for breaking down all that juicy action and getting us prepared for game 2 here between Bay State College and Illinois University. It's going to be so good, and I am ready for it. I am Travis T. If you're just now joining, and I'm joined here by the ever so lovely, never angry Rebel Fox. How are you doing?
You say never angry? Have you ever seen me
never Rebel never angry a day in his life.
Never one day. What happens with Ravish in a room is just completely that's something. I love the banter back and forth on the desk and their ability to claim that any of them are better than either of us at predicting things, because neither of us have ever been wrong in our predictions about who's going to win a series.
Yeah, no, I've never been wrong.
That's
ever.
right. Ever.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Like, you can look over at Beatdown and say he's a king, but I'm the emperor, baby. But besides that, we're going over to a new point, man. And besides talking about my groove, we need to groove into what this matchup is going to entail, because Illinois, they got their hands full, but on the other side, Bay State are making sure they can't get comfortable. They're doing 3 players swapped in here, which completely changes up everything.
Yeah, first off, I appreciate the Emperor's New Groove joke. If you think that one slipped by me, it did not. I appreciated it. Number 2, we have 4 players, 4, ladies and gentlemen, subbing into for these 2 teams today, where we've got 3 coming in for Bay State, as we expected, a couple of players coming in. You've got Quas that's going to be stepping in, thankfully, back into the roster, even though the gameplay was absolutely amazing. Bay State's been doing this over the last few weeks, just testing out which of these rosters is going to be better coming into this playoff time, potentially even for the collegiate season as they're continuing forward. And we do now have, of course, Hyper subbing out and Gluten-Free Panda in his place.
Yeah, this is going to be spicy, man. I always love this. In theory, right? If you have a deep roster, you should technically like be able to do all sorts of craziness inside a draft, right? You can have certain players that specialize in certain things to give your advantages against different types of teams that like to play different styles. And it's something that you never really get to see inside of esports. And I love to see a collegiate team that is doing that. They're focusing on not only developing, but also creating strategies within their rosters and whatnot to make sure they'll be able to, have these different options available to them at any time, especially in series where mental is such a big thing. But we're heading into draft here, Rebel, and I'm curious to see how this will evolve.
Yeah, Bay State's keeping the core together here with Devil de Grey and then, of course, Serenok, who are two of the better performers consistently in every single role. I think Serenok is the absolute linchpin. He's what keeps this entire roster together, and he's the highest performer almost all the time, no matter who's in and out, no matter who's substituted, no matter what the team looks like. Serenok is almost always the one you can go to and rely on to carry, which is why he stays in. And Devil not being subbed out, I think it's important to keep him up there. The jungle substitute that they had come in last week didn't have the greatest performance, perhaps still needs some time to develop or get some synergy with the remainder of the team. And Devil being able to build that synergy with both rosters means you can substitute players in and out and do some of those wacky things like you were talking about.
Yeah, wacky, crazy. That's what we're all about here over in the UPL. At least I am. I know you are as well, Rebel. We love to see what kind of unique things these players are able to surprise us with. But something that's not very surprising is the Seraph ban. No hesitation coming out from Illinois State on that.
Most definitely, yeah. Wanting to make sure to get that one away, especially now that they're on red side. They could ban out some of the more meta picks, but it just kind of depends on what you're looking for here, and I think that's one of the bigger ones.
I am curious, Illinois over on the last game, they did do a lot of bans that are like the Udyr, like the Seraphine, that you traditionally see are banned on red side. Now that they're on red side, I'm curious to see if those bans will stay the same, as we do see Bay State still looking to throw some bans over that way.
Yeah, I'm curious about that as well, being able to see what exactly happens between these two teams. The Kane hover is a bit interesting, because we do still have Devil, and we didn't see that in the previous game.
Yeah, it is
Udyr makes a little more sense.
very interesting, but Udyr getting taken out makes perfect sense, honestly. He's a very strong champion, and nobody wants to fill the raft that is a bear slap, the flash bear slap. It's the Omawa Shindaru of the game, and Thresh getting banned here by BSC. Oh, nope, swap it over.
Nope.
Alistair.
I like this a lot more.
Nope,
the
it's
Alistar
at Thresh.
Come on. This was the target in last game. I loved the Alistar. I thought the Alistar was really good from Illinois State in the last game. Nausicaa played it so well, but I do understand that this is the preferred champion. They just want to make sure that that's not coming through.
Yeah, 100%. Makes sense. And now Bay State, they have their option. Seraphine, Udyr remain banned away, but now you get your first pick, and they're going to revel in the moment here.
That they do. This is interesting because it's become a more prominent pick to grab at B1. We saw it. I've seen it in at least a couple of other regions, and sometimes it's even becoming just a red side ban because you're expecting it to come through.
Yeah. By the way, that is not on playing here, as it will be resolved eventually here, as it's you're gonna see a different Illinois State here, baby. That's all it is. But over here, it is going to be the Jinx locked in, and we typed that pick up a lot in game 1, and here we are seeing it in game number 2.
That we do. I'm curious if they do go to something more defensive and try to get like the Tom Kench to come in. I think Tom Kench with Jinx is the ideal pairing that you've got, if not Thresh being in that there, because Thresh is banned away. Tom Kench is probably best. My apologies if they don't want to go for something else. Interestingly, also the Lilia snagged here as the snag, the grab away here for Gluten-Free Panda. We know that he likes to play to his lanes a little bit more, so I suspect some CC might be in the future here for the side of Illinois State's lanes, just because it's much better when you've got some CC for Lilia to follow up with.
Yeah, you need a little bit of setup to work alongside with it, but if the Kaisa here is locked in, this is a combo that we have seen a lot, especially inside of like the academy leagues and whatnot. You do see it, and boom, locked in as quick as they can. So we'll see that over on Bay State's side.
That we do. And intriguing, like I said, with Samira, typically, I really love Rel just because you can reposition that E so quickly for things. But Kai'Sa has the same thing. Once you hit level 6, you can ultimate reposition that E very quickly during a bot lane fight and find something. And especially against Jinx, who is kind of susceptible to some of these all-win potentials, especially against Kai'Sa and Rel. That is something you have to take into consideration. And I really would like to see them go to a defensive support here, as it might be necessary into this super hard, aggressive, and combination bot lane that can dive in and attack Jinx at any moment.
Kayn has been locked in here. Devil the Grey is going to be playing the Kayn here. And this is actually a pick that has been rising up in prominence. I've seen more of it ever since we saw Dardoch picking up in his A to Z jungle tour. But, you know, it is a very, very strong champion in the right hands, and have to see how Illinois respond. They respond with a Camille.
Yeah. Get to blind Camille and ban out a couple of things to come out against it, which I think is intriguing. This does give Bay State the possibility to ban away these defensive supports. Again, if you're with Jinx, you think Thresh, that one's already taken away. Tom Kenches also has to come off the board. Maybe Braum, maybe Nautilus, both are potential options just to make sure that the Jinx can stay safe. But once the Tom Kench is off the board, I think you're roughly in the clear to be able to aggress against any bot lane they could come up with. And like we said, top lane trying to defend this Camille pick, you have to think, my first thought was Renekton, but this also makes sense. Volibear is also a very good champion, and I think Quas plays a little bit more Volibear than the likes of Renekton.
Yeah, it could be. And you know what? Quas is a person who has probably one of the deepest champion pools inside of top lane, because I feel like Quas will play anything top lane. He'll play a support top lane if he feels like it's fine and dandy. And I ain't talking about an enchanter. He'll play Blitzcrank, man. He's crazy. He's loco. He will do whatever it takes to be able to pick up that dub, and he likes to revel in that. But a couple of champions are available to him. Some unique counter picks are there. We saw over in the UGP, we got to see a Nocturne top as a response to a Camille. So
Very strong champion.
could see what we have in store for ourselves here.
We do. Again, the two that come down. Okay, this is another one which, like, actually, this matchup's a little more back and forth than what you'd normally think it to be, because you think, like, okay, Counter-Strike on Jax against very primarily auto-attack-based champion like Camille's got to be really good. In the early levels, it can flop back and forth. Really intriguingly, though, it's Bay State that's, like, banning away options I didn't think. You still got Tom Kent, you still got Nautilus, you still have Braum. You have a bunch of defensive tools here that Jinx can get out of lane with. I know Nausicaa was playing really well on Alistar, and maybe they can go back to that as a way to deny the Rel access to backline and things like that. But again, defensive picks seem so good here.
This could be a possible Janna lock here, and like you said, we saw a lot there. But Morgana coming in is a very interesting choice here to see.
I'm curious if this is flexible to mid lane at all. I know it doesn't seem to me like a Druidozer champion where it's like, okay, maybe they want to throw Morgana in the mid lane if in the right situation and in the right things. Okay, it's funny because I know just a second ago, Quas talked about how he wanted to play Nasus and his coach said no, so I have to suspect this isn't coming through, although it would be the greatest bait in the world if they actually locked the Nasus here.
No, the coach wins.
Hey!
Unfortunate. That was that moment where your coach looks away for a moment. You're like, hey, just hover Nasus, hover. We can lock it. As we are seeing yet another hover. This could just be production trolling us. It could be just that, but we'll have to see is what the answer would be. But Zoe gets locked in for Serenok, so we're good.
Yeah. Interestingly, just because I actually hadn't even realized it, so Xerath is almost always the pick for Serenok, and usually that's because Zoe's taken away. That's the big reason why we never see the Zoe come in, because it's always banned from Serenok. So this is one of the first games I'll get to see where he actually gets his hands on this champion that gets pretty much permabanned from him. Now we get the possibility of seeing the mid lane matchup. They're going to get Cassiopeia. Okay.
All right, there we go. And that's a champion we've seen Druidozer perform on time and time again, too. That's all reliable right there. And, yeah, man, I'm excited to see what exactly this team can do. Yet again, Illinois do have themselves in this weird situation. They don't really have a front line. They don't really have that tankiness or anything like that. And you were talking about it earlier, wanting to see a little bit of CC coming out of these lanes. They've picked up a couple bits of CC, but they don't have anything that starts a team fight that just jumps out to you.
No, nothing at all. You got, like, pick tools where you got, like, okay, a good miasma, a good binding from Morgana. a good sleep coming out from GFP, a Camille engagement off the hook shot. There's a couple of things that are good for fishing and for finding fights off the back end of it, but there's nothing that just a definitive let's fight tool. Whereas on Bay State, you've got Shen Taunt, that's a really good one. You've got pretty much anything that Rel does. Rel is pretty good at just starting fights and saying, all right, we're fighting now. Even Kane, I think in certain circumstances can become that, depending on if he goes red and he wants to knock up, or even blue if he wants to just dive into the back line and buy a bunch of time and space by pulling attention towards him onto the back line carry, which I don't suspect in this game necessarily. But both teams, I think they're ready and raring to go, where it seems like Bay State's going to be trying to push into the enemy team. Illinois State's perfectly fine with just waiting and trying to bide their time, playing to counter engage with Cassiopeia ultimate, Morgana ultimate, things like that.
I like the fact that we got double the ninja here, by the way. Shadow Doppelganger Jutsu. They're coming through here. They're throwing up the doppelganger. Throwing it up there. But it will be the Kane there. I am curious, man. Because you know what? This is a game that kind of looks like it doesn't have to be a traditional red Kane that we're used to seeing in competitive games. It could be a possible blue Kane. Putting that out there.
Yeah, I think that's a possibility. We've seen Blue Kane actually come up to some level of playability in the past. It's been like pretty much it's red Kane or no Kane if you're going to play Kane at all, and it hasn't really been competitively viable. In this game, there's a number of squishy champions where like Blue Kane will eviscerate a Lilia without Izonias coming through, will eviscerate a Jinx who doesn't have protection from that physical damage because Morgana's shield doesn't do anything. Cassiopeia can build Zonias as well, but for the most part, again, the armor is not going to be there on the number of these people. So I think Blue Kane might thrive here, especially if you throw a Shen on top of it, if you throw dive from Rel and Kai'Sa into this as well. There's a big possibility that Bay State could actually just play around Blue Kane being what their strategy is going to go for.
All right, I'm going to blow your mind real quick, Rebel.
Okay,
Big play-by-play brain activating. All right, Kane goes into a wall, and then Shen ults inside of the Kane, and he delivers him through the wall. Okay, it's the Rengar, but you can see him, but it's like a wall shadow from Yu-Gi-Oh, right? He's going through the labyrinth and he's jumping out at you, but now it's a flipping ninja that's coming at you, right? Like,
I'm going to hit you with something even crazier. Think about this possibility, okay? So right now, Illinois State, they're racking their brain like, okay, is this going to be Blue Kane because it's got a lot of damage? It's going to be Red Kane? You don't transform. Keep base Kane the whole game, and they're wondering when you're going to transform, what they need to play out. They're never going to have to make that decision. There's constantly, it's going to tear their brain into Illinois State. It's got no chance of winning this game if that's the case.
One, Rebel, I never want to play any kind of like mental war games against you. Two, I kind of want to call you Mad Rebel Thoughts or something like that, because that was something I feel like I would hear from Alex's mouth there.
I think I channeled Mad.
Channeled your inner madness. The Ivern Maid came out and started haunting me. I was like, no, Magical, stop doing it.
No, guys, no, listen. Viego AP, it's really good, guys.
Omrecker.
I didn't know I was casting with Mad Magical.
It's all right. Over here, we're just all a little bit mad here, but somebody who is going to be looking to try to not be too terribly mad is going to be Bay State College, if they're able to find their way around with the composition they want, right? This is something that they're going to be looking to do. There is some technical difficulties in the game, so we are going to chill here. We're not on production. It's nothing on them. Don't yell at them. Don't point the finger at them. Very sensitive. Do not hurt their feelings. Do not attack or feed the production crew. But we are going to be here for a little bit, so we get a zoom in on our beautiful faces as we get ready to hop into what is possibly our final game of the night.
Yeah, you've put together a really interesting composition on the side of Bay State, I think intentionally, because you've got a lot of dive, but the more important thing to me is Serenok's Zoe, where you've got not only the fantastic lane matchup where Judozer has gone back to Cassiopeia, which we do not see very often anymore at all. It's kind of seldom played anymore. You get to see it very rarely at best. But Serenok, it's one of his, if not, he just straight up his best champion, and we get to see what Serenok can do. Can they break him out of mid lane, try to play against the Cassiopeia, and then expand this into the side lanes, or do they just try to play specifically to playing into mid lane, trying to play to the Zoe and attack this Cassiopeia as the side lanes collapse inward?
Yeah, I would be interested to be able to see how it goes, and see exactly what happens with it. And it is looking like we are going to be getting ready to get into game here, ladies and gentlemen. I have heard that the pause is over. The wait is over. We are going to see Bay versus ISU. Bay is taking over the blue side here, and ISU is going to be on the red side. It's very juicy to be able to see.
It should. And it looks like we're getting a game. Fantastic to see. 5-man, pressure onto this bottom side of the map. They're looking for an invade here. I gotta see whether or not the Kaiser steps out into the river, because I think that's the most important thing. She does. She sees this. Now you gotta get away from the Morgana queue.
Yeah, then it is not going to be Sham wailing anybody with that hook shot, so not going to find any early picks there. They don't have the glacial augment to rely on to set this up, so they're still continuing to push forward with this 5-man though.
They still have Morgana, man. Like, you have to be wary of what that binding can do. It's a 2-second route at level 1, I think minimum. If not, it's a little bit higher or something. I also think, I'm going to say this right now. Okay, I don't mean to insult anybody. Okay, so just don't take offense to this.
Please
ShamWow,
be careful.
ShamWow, you are a coward. If you flash there and you get on top of Kaiser, you root Kaiser, and you're burning flash and heal minimum, if not getting a kill. And there's Rel. Going to take a couple of autos of attack. I really think they could have committed super hard to that and just tried to put some pressure onto the Kaiser. Instead, I understand the idea behind holding your resources, but that's I don't like that. That's no fun.
Yeah, well, and somebody else who doesn't like this right now is this Lily getting jumped onto by 3 members
the wrong side of
the side of Bay here. They are going for this invade, and Lilia is going to be able to escape, but a bit of cheekiness coming out from them as they stack inside the Raptors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they stacked really heavily above. Actually, Gluten-Free Panda's trying to find his way back and steal a handful of these, at least to try to deny Devil to Gray the ability. Actually picks up a number of them. Goodness gracious, somehow Gluten-Free Panda actually splits that camp pretty much down the middle with Devil to Gray, which is only going to harm both of them. Now it's just going to be an attempt.
What is going on here? The jungle scrap is here. Drudozer, don't you dare interrupt this hallowed ground, the 1v1 that is sacred amongst junglers here. As they are going to back off. We are going to see Gluten-Free go ahead and find himself a recall, as Devil the Gray is going to continue just farming up some of his camps.
Oh, goodness gracious, dude. What you've got with Devil to Gray is that he's competing for this wolf camp. I wonder if you go into Raptor camp and then try to take some buffs, or if you just go back to Grump immediately.
Oh, no.
Super low right now. Please don't get executed, please.
Devil the Gray he blooms. There is so much going on here, but we are going to be seeing him pathing down to the bot side, but it's going to be Potato jumping in, trying to lay a bit of damage here as the Black Shield was there. And looks like we do have a little bit of trading going on. Oh, wait a second. It's not just a little bit. They jump onto the Morgana. They know the Black Shield's gone. First blood to the Kaisa. Oh, is that coming through? Disconnector's looking to still continue this. He's finding himself not getting CC'd, but will at the end there. And now the TP coming on through. They have to do or die, but it looks like they're just going to find themselves dying here. As ShamWow is going to be able to sweep them legs and be able to pick up a kill. Late TP coming in from Quas. A new challenger has approached. And it is now going to be GFP looking to join the fray. It is not going to stop. The action never goes anywhere through the wall tunnel. And Disconnector lives on a sliver again, but Devil not going to be as fortunate. ShamWow on a killing spree here. And I don't know what I just witnessed there, but Disconnector, through all of that, is still alive. Quas is looking for a possible kill, but it will be Disconnector just walking back a bit further.
Oh, please.
What are you doing?
Oh, you're still here. Okay, they're trying to find it.
Oh! What was this?
How?
I
hated everything about what just happened.
Listen, I don't want a replay of that right now, but I do want a replay of that at some point in time
No.
because I need that to be replayed in my head because I still have not been able to process exactly what happened. Shamwell somehow came out of that with 3 kills, disconnected with 100 HP that entire time. Rebel, I need this. Help me.
No, so I'm completely dumbfounded how Bay State's like, okay, here's what's going to happen. We're going to take the fight. We're going to see TP come in. Once the fight is lost, we're going to TP again. Disconnector's going to die immediately after coming back. Maybe? Okay.
Oh,
all right.
Protect him.
But another 100 health life. Let's see if we can find another like angled W to come in here. He's standing in the same place. If
Well,
he hits him again, so help me.
No, it won't. Okay. He'll be fine.
Aneurysm, dude. Oh, okay. So again, I don't know why they weren't committing TP. Serenok in the mid lane. Okay, Drew Dozer just got did.
Serenok being able to get the kill onto Drew there. Beautifully played by Serenok. You see the Morgana here in the wings trying to do something since his bot laner had to run back to base. But, man, oh man, we do have a pause here. The players themselves are in the troublesome situation. But ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to the replay?
What a replay. It was incredible.
Can I get that replay? Can somebody take that clip and put like a squeaky toy hitting the jeans? I want that sound effect. That's all I want. Take that clip, put a squeaky toy sound effect. Comedy gold.
No clue what happened during the course of that fight because again, like Bay State, they came in and they're like, okay, losing fight, let's teleport one person there, and then they do it again once that fight starts losing, and they like lose another member, and they're like, okay, now we'll teleport another person down and try to continue fight. Just commit your TPs, do it immediately. If you're there immediately, you win fights, or you can expand a little bit further or walk a little bit further and be perfectly fine. But instead, they just stormtrooper their way into this bottom lane, get absolutely nothing, give kills over to the side of the Camille, and accomplish basically nothing, unfortunately, as they just walk into ISU for literally no reason.
Now, I hear what you're saying. And, you know, the analytical prowess that you have, you know, I understand exactly where you're coming from. And in an analytical world, right, makes perfect sense. But where is the honor in that is what I'm going to have to ask you. Where is the honor? You have to have honor here. And honor waits until after his opponent is able to get 3 kills. And then he's like, all right, now I'm in. It's my turn to get 3 kills. Unfortunately, ISU don't let him get 3 kills. But a Hail Mary from Kaisa will do.
That it was. Also, the other thing that we need is like a super good surprised Pikachu face meme where in the mid lane you had like it was just Drew Dozer walking under mid tower to kill Serenok, and Serenok just flashes out, and then he's sitting under the like next to the tower with like 1 health, like a 200, 300 health or something, and it's just like, what happened? I don't understand. How did I lose this 1v1? I don't get it. Like I need that really badly too because he got did so dirty by Serenok under that mid tower.
Yeah, honestly, instead of under the sea, we got under the tower, and that's where he found himself getting bopped at. And now we are back in game. Technical issues resolved. Everybody has now came to a conclusion of what just happened. There's a control ward not in a bush over here in the mid lane. I saw that. We all saw that. But we are getting back into it as the game is completely even in terms of gold for the most part. And no team really has a huge advantage for themselves.
Important differences between these two. Number one, ShamWow is this massive kind of beneficiary in the early game for the side of ISU, where he's going to be able to use this Camille, hopefully, to try to abuse Quas in the side lane, but it is a Shen who can build a lot of armor and just soak that side lane really well. And the problem for the side of ISU is that their mid lane and bot lane are now behind in a couple of kills. My apologies, in both situations in terms of gold, which is terrifying in mid lane because, of course, Drew Dozer is playing against Serenok Zoe. And the second is, again, one of your win conditions is playing this kind of dive style fight where you've got a number of people who can get in and just scrap immediately in the back line. And Kaisa being fed means that you can take advantage of any carries that go unprotected. And there's a lot of carries that are going to go unprotected because you got 1 black shield and 4 people to try to protect.
Yeah, it's hard, right? And every time that they see this Black Shield used, you can tell that the side of Bay State College are ready to pull the trigger in regards to that. And now you see Gluten Free Panda looking to see if he can capitalize on some action down here in the bot side, clearing away that ward. The Kane is over here in the bot lane. Bowling ball going a bit wide, and is not going to be able to connect on anything. Ocean Drake looks like it's going to be what ISU start up.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a much competition for this. Serenok is level 7, so you can deliver some really hard paddle stars here coming over this wall. They did spot him out on that ward. Nice bubble hits Gluten-Free Panda. Oh,
Beautiful
my
Black
goodness.
Shield coming in, keeps him from going to sleep though. And wait a second, the Killer Instinct coming in on the back end. Disconnector completely disconnected from his team, but the miasma is being used. Now we are going to be able to see the attention turning over. Beautiful Petrifying Gaze going to be able to connect onto him. Gluten-Free going to be able to pick up the kill onto Devil the Gray, but now it's the rest of the team of Bay State looking to challenge all these low HP bars. It is already the Casio being taken out. Not going to be able to get anybody with that spike, but eat Kaisa. The damage is not there just yet, and Kaisa will be able to take out the Lilia. Now it is just going to be this no mana having Morgana, but we'll be able to secure a little bit more after picking up that kill onto Potato. And Xerath not having enough of that, wanting to avenge his comrades, but Disconnector is going to be able to find a kill over the wall. And now it's going to be this Morgana trying to make a quick escape, and will be able to do just that.
And another really elongated fight. I think in the end, everybody just ends out okay, A-okay. I think we tied in terms of kills and everything of the sort. Again, no, Serenok gets a couple more kills, and we have a Kaisa kicking up a couple more kills as well. So there's a problem there. Jinx does get one response kill, I guess, especially the shutdown against the Kaisa, which is really big. But Quas got interrupted. If Quas ends up in that fight, they absolutely devastate that fight with Quas being able to join the rest of the team. Thankfully, ShamWow was able to prevent him from moving. But again, these fights take so long to finish because of how many people end up entering and then eventually re-entering fights at the tail end.
Yeah, I'm still just like amazed, right? Like it wasn't even like the team fight started with the Jinx dying. It happened halfway through the fight, and she still got into it at the end there. But that's gonna be Ocean Drake coming in. You're just two people, and you're trying to contest these members here. Bay State looking courageous, and will have to make a retreat as a result. Ooh.
They will.
Morgana is going to find out this Kaisa, lays out the shackles, the soul binding is there, Mega Death Rocket comes in, the Magnet Pool slightly delayed, and Potato is looking to try and run away, but it's not going to be enough. These rockets will find their mark as Disconnector finds another kill.
Can't make the play in the bottom side, which is more fearsome because, again, you give gold back into the pocket of Disconnector, who can be this backbone for the side of ISU as they work their way forward. They don't have a great front line, but again, if they've got this damage, that's at least partially what they need. Even Disconnector, they're going to get at least 3 plates off this tower. That is huge to get gold back into the pocket of Jinx. I thought really that the guys that had run away with this one, like somehow Sajid had been able to run away with this laning phase, but they've been able to just kind of crawl their way back in with this Jinx Morgana combo.
Yeah, I mean, it has been like, wow, all the signs should point to the Kaisa coming out ahead, right? We saw the zone away from another wave on the Disconnector. Disconnector's been the victim. Talking about victims, we do see, oh, what the heck? You were trying to bait there, but Sarah not called your bluff. Drew Dozer goes down.
Wow, just super high-level interactions between these two, and somehow Drew Dozer caught me nearly off guard with that Cleanse Flash and Ultimate immediately next to each other. But Serenok read that like a book, turns around, finds the Battlestar anyway, gets another solo kill against his opponent in the mid lane top side. Devil the Grey was looking maybe for something, going to respond to Gluten-Free Panda being up here. These top laners, they continue to trade back and forth at least a little bit. There is the cover from Kane, which probably, I think it's just rejecting Gluten-Free Panda's attempts at the making this follow-up happen.
Yeah, the Headstack Ultimatum is there. It also is a Wilting Lullaby and Pocket of GFP, and that will wilt away the HP bar of Quas if they are not careful. So you see both sides kind of handshake and say, all right, well, you could probably make us hurt if we misplay even the slightest. So are backing off of this. And Morgana, this is a bind there. Immediately throws the Black Shield on. Shackle's coming in. They're looking to turn the aggression here, but that's a huge shutdown going over to the Morgana. We had to stand united coming in onto the Kai'Sa, and it's going to be the 4-man bot lane. Disconnector, welcome back. How's your stay? He's going to live again with just 100 HP. Gluten-free Panda is here to make the save, but it's just one person against the rest. But now on the bad side, Devil the Grey is going to be able to find that shutdown onto the Jeets, and GFP is going to be RIP. Goes down a rampage for Serenok 4-0-2. And Bay State is just coming out ahead in this.
So they pulled, what was it, like 30 or 40 health off of Jinx, only to put it right back on. And Disconnector is using that to
What the heck is happening over here in the mid lane? Drew Dozer, he's going to be able to hit the Petrifying Glacier, walking through everything. The miasma. Drew Dozer has 0 mana, but he does have a hope, a dream, and that is to get out alive, and he will do just such. Devil the Grey is going to have to just go through the wall, doesn't find the angle, and this will just be a Scuttle consolation prize.
Oh, that was a painful angle to watch that bubble cam out, and they are still able to push him out of the mid lane.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm looking for everything that was happening across the map. I'm actually a little worried about bot lane here. Disconnector's up against guys in the 1v1. Rift Herald's getting aggressive. There's Disconnector dying immediately. Okay.
Yeah, Kai'Sa, very strong. Very strong duelist AD carry. Jinx, not so much known for dueling.
Gale Force, Serrated Dirk, you got the 1v1 ability, you got the mobility to chase people down. So now you're able to push Drew Dozer out of lane yet again. You get Rift Herald onto this Kayn, who hasn't yet to transform, which I think we're looking for that to happen really quickly because, again, Devil the Grey doesn't want to get just slowed down in this one. My mental mind games are not really designed for this level of play quite yet. People still need to develop their minds a little further before transformation comes through.
Here we go. And it's time for Blue Kayn, baby.
Yes. So
actually, I love Blue Kayn, by the way.
Blue
Fun fact, I much prefer it. While Red Kayn, definitely, usually the better in a lot of senses, just because of healing. Blue Kayn is just so satisfying to watch. And look at him. He's such a fast boy. He's a little edgelord, you know. He's the kid, sits in the back of the class. He's going to be looking to take his scythe and rend somebody asunder, and it looks like it's going to be Drew Dozer's turn. The damage comes through. Devil the Grey barely able to survive, but with the power of friendship, Kai'Sa will be able to hum in and help him get that kill.
I love that our observer just tracked him right at a base, just immediately walking into bot gank. That was some Smurf observing. Good job, observers. Very well played right there, because that was entertaining to watch the entire path that he takes on the way there. And they're able to secure bottom side as well for another dragon that's going to be coming back to base state. These two teams are like allergic to early dragons for some reason. It's 15 minutes. Wow, Quas almost goes down to a rocket, but doesn't quite. Everything's just so much stuff is happening all over the map at any given moment. I swear we can't watch all of it.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct here. GFP is over here over the wall, is waiting for a bowling ball to get thrown over the wall and just kill Quas there. But it will be first break going over to the side of ASU. Sarah not taking a good chunk of damage, just need to be careful. Does have that shield, that barrier ready to go in case, but we will see none of that.
It occurs to me that the reason why we can't see everything is because we're too zoomed in. If our observers could just zoom out as far as you can.
Yeah, can you zoom out all the way?
Could you just give us like full map at all times? We could just like talk about everything from super far out. There we go. There we go.
Yes, this is
I'm back in this one right now. Take a look across the map. Pick what you want to cast, Travi, because I'm sure play by play a lot harder right now.
Yeah, we see scuttles, we see red buffs. Interestingly enough, that the buffs have these HP bars, by the way. Oh wait, those are towers. Wait a second.
Listen, we're gonna have to do a stream where we cast from that far out, but this is not, unfortunately, the night for that.
Yeah, absolutely. We do need something along those lines at some point in time. Maybe we can make it a sub goal or something like that over here at Upsurge. That's what we need. We'll make it. We'll make it something nice. I'll pitch it. I'll pitch it to some people. My people will get with the Twitch chats people, and we'll get something going. But Quas now getting jumped onto. ShamWow Those legs hurt, man. There's an ultimatum. Quash, you can either die to ShamWow or you can die to the rest of the team. He will find himself eventually going down, and ShamWow is on a rampage. While over in the bot side, the miasma is there. Double the Gray feels a cough coming about as it just Drudozer chasing them down. Beautiful play. Looking for a 1v2, but how about Thor? Serenok goes unstoppable with the backup of his friends, and will be able to find that kill, a 1-for-1 in the bot side, while we do see Quas dying in the top.
So I feel like every time I watch Drudozer, it's like his superpower is he turns every play, no matter how bad it is, into a 50-50 coin flip. But his weakness is that he never wins coin flips. So like he takes this situation where he just completely bullies out Double the Gray, and then he plays against Serenok, where it's like, okay, Serenok should just bully him, hits the first battle star, hit the bubble, then immediately kill him. He misses the first battle star, the bubble does nothing because he gets the blast cone, and then he dies anyway because the coin flip just does not go in his favor. It feels really bad for Drudozer.
It's like a coin, you know, when you flip a coin and it lands and it just kind of shakes for a little bit, like it's spinning around on its axis. That's exactly what you just described to me right there.
That is perfect. That's a perfect amalgamation of how I feel like Drudozer's been playing all series, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you know, it looks good, it looks clean, but sometimes, you know, the coin doesn't favor you as much as you think, and that 50-50 isn't quite a 50-50. Now, going in, we do have Baron coming up here in the very near future. I'm curious to see how these teams are going to look to play around this.
I feel like this game's going to last forever because we're on 20 minutes.
I hope so.
I talked about how these teams were allergic to early Drakes. We're not at 20 minutes, and we don't even have a third Dragon yet.
Give me 90 minutes of this game.
90 minutes of this game.
90 minutes. The observers agree. I can hear production. They want this. This is what the fans want. GFP finds out what he doesn't want is this Kane. He is the Stand United coming in. Serenok goes dominating, but the ultimatum is going to be enough to catch out Devil the Gray and take him out. Serenok's over here looking to contest. Quas finds a solo kill in the top side on the Drudozer Super Mega Death Rocket. Not going to be able to catch, not even close, baby. And now it is just going to be the Jinx Morgana pushing in the mid, while Sham is looking to just push around on this bot side. Could be in for some interesting action here in the very near future.
Yeah, want to cover mid lane here with Kai. So catch this wave, and you want to actually push it back to middle so that you can go for this dragon when it spawns in just a little bit of time, so somebody can take an advantage. Now Serenok's getting run down by ShamWow.
So Camille's a balanced champion, and let me tell you why.
Cho'Gath ultimate on 4-second cooldown is very fair ability. That's okay. Yes, Camille fans everywhere. Your champion is weak. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You're allowed to play this.
Yep, and apparently we have a replay. Things that weren't meant for the normal observer to be able to see. A treat for your eye holes, and here we go.
Here's coin flip. Coin flip. Yep, Drudozer. He's in the coin flip. He loses the coin flip because that is, of course, his superpower. How, man, Quas did so much damage right here. Shen always astonishes me with just how much damage he's capable of.
Also a balanced champion.
Very balanced champion. Look at that. Look at that. Champion versus balanced champion. This is a perfect scale down here as we have it completely even between this Shen and this Camille.
We can go with even for a word if we would like to, but
that's
absolutely. But we do see a tower getting destroyed. Kaisa was able to pick that one on up, and now Dragon has been started. Double the Gray has his eyes lingering down there, and even though he's playing blue game, not popping off super hard. 1-4-3 on the champion at the moment. Hasn't really been able to find his stride just yet.
Yeah, I will say that despite the dragon getting taken here, I think a 22,000 gold deficit is something that's hard to come back from at 21 minutes. It happens most of the time. I just get to see it in poke fun sometimes. The producers are smurf all the time, and it's not their fault that happens. It's just fun to notice it. But
can you imagine spectating a game of League of Legends this close and there's a 20,000 gold tip?
Hey, where does it cut? It's farm, dude. It's just everyone.
Everybody's just farming this. What do you call it when you have 1,000 more farm than your opponent?
I think we'd have to name it like
just an Inferno.
We need to call it whoever it is. That'd probably Genesis Inferno is a good name for it. The flame horizon. Oh my god! He just did him so dirty. Poor Drew Dozer didn't even get to hit his ultimate on anybody.
Yeah, Drew
Why was
Dozer
that?
is looking upon a gentle horizon in the distance here.
Yes.
He's been taken out swiftly and
Wow,
fiercely, while Morgana finding a paddling that she did not want from this Zoe. Zoe laying in the damage. Super Mega Target not going to be able to connect there. And Shan's going to be able to catch his bot wave. Camille has joined with the rest of the team with the TP, and Baron has been halted.
Yeah, I want to see them come back to mid lane because, again, it's just been constant mid pressure coming through from ISU, despite the fact that Drew Dozer isn't there. It's most of the time Disconnector who's catching wave after wave. Terrifying that ShamWow has 6 kills. You can't really respond to the side wave. That's your one real threat on the side of ISU. If anything else happens, then Bay State usually is going to have the benefit of it, as well as the fact that I don't think they actually want to play in this pit. If they're able to sneak this dragon away, 3 people reset. That's dangerous. 2 people are bot lane. They can't respond to this. There's no way.
Yeah, the only response they have is for Shamwell to go godlike, but they used their TP in that play. They don't have it available to him. Shamwell can't join this. We're looking at it. Drew Dozer does have some items in his favor. He's looking to go in, try and see what he'll be able to do. It is going to be Baron going on over, but GFP is in the pit. It's going to be 2 kills going over to ISU, and you know what? The coin isn't two-sided today. Drew does find himself going down, but ISU come out on top as they wipe the Baron buff off of every member of BSC here, and we are getting an inhibitor popped in the bot side.
We are. ShamWow's going to grab that one away. They have Baron buff. This is starting to look really solid from the side of ISU, and the fact that they've now taken complete control of the game. Baron does go to the side of Bay State, but they can't get anybody out. They think that the fight can come through. I think somewhere in there, maybe an auto attack had actually gotten misappropriated from Sajid, and he actually missed and was actually put onto a ward or something, and that would have maybe caused another kill on the Disconnector. But either way, what a good play. What a good turn from ISU. They weren't able to get the Baron, but they were able to take the fight afterwards and gets them so much of the lead.
Yeah, replay coming on up, and we get to see exactly what went so catastrophic for the side of BSC here.
Drew Dozer stalls for a lot of time, and then actually it's the play over top of the pit with Nausicaa and then Drew Dozer, or my Belgian Disconnector. Right there, yeah, it looked like a ward got hit by him as he ulted in, which it would have cost. Drew Dozer gets killed, and then one more auto onto Disconnector would have certainly been his demise as well. The damage in the backline, I think Gluten Free Panda did a ridiculous amount of work there as well, so big props to Lilia being able to find some pressure. What is the damage?
Yeah, this is... This isn't the noodle fight of all. This is a 7-0-0 Camille, by the way, too.
6 kills and like 50 farm. How is he still winning these trades?
Well, I don't know. We're taking winning with a grain of salt, right? He did just die in the bot lane. Yeah,
fair.
like we have to.
Yeah.
Quas only wins when the camera's on him. When it comes into this Camille, when the camera goes away, he tends to die to the Camille.
Such is life. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Look across the board here. You do still have a good amount of gold onto Sarah.
The Camille's gold!
Yeah, the Camille is ridiculous right now. Camille is far and away the most fed champion on this map, which is not shocking for ShamWow. Again, the problem is 5,000 gold lead, that's fantastic. Your Jinx is fed, that's also fantastic. You still have the problem of, A, you've got Frontline and Quas and an Admiral Potato if they're able to actually get it. The bigger thing is you need to find access right now for Bay State onto the likes of Drew Dozer because he has Stopwatch, he has Zonius completed. If they're able to burst him out or prevent him from accomplishing anything, that I think is a big deal. And that's what they're looking for in a fight, as now Shen ulting out of top lane as everybody collapses around him slowly, able to get away.
Yep, escape jutsu coming in clutch here, but now the catch on the ShamWow. 700 gold bounty is exactly what they want to be able to claim, but this Camille is too hard for anybody to be able to catch up to. And while this all happening, ISU are burying their fangs down onto the top side. How will they respond?
Ooh, Marble? Not going to hit anything. Okay. Yeah, you're terrified, I think, from this position. This is where Serenok can really thrive, is being able to hit bubbles and paddle stars over these walls where you have kind of a lack of vision in places. But you do have to worry about the 2 collapsing lanes with ShamWow around. They might even just have to seed this inhibitor tower, maybe try to fight around the inhibitor, but that's the best you could hope for at this moment. Close.
Drew Dozer knows that minions can get hit by that,
Wow,
but the Kaisa is find himself getting punched on down, is going to find himself going down to ShamWow, who will eventually fall inside of that. Devil to Grey finds a pick of his own, but the HP bars of Bay State College are very low, but the side of ISU, they decide to think different. They want to back up. They want to withdraw. They do not have Sham. Oh, the sleepy trouble bubble, but a clutch Black Shield will keep him fine. But Bay State able to keep themselves inside this game.
Mm-hmm. I want to know who got that 1,000 gold shutdown, because at some point ShamWow went down there. I'm pretty sure it was Admiral Potato, unfortunately, which was it's rather tragic that that's the person who gets it instead of the or the Serenok. But man, being able to get that kill is huge. And again, this dragon stacking usually is going to be the linchpin for how you're able to secure a game. You can force fights around it. These two teams are allergic to this dragon, so we're at 27.5 minutes. Travis, 27.5 minutes. We have minimum 10 minutes until we get another Drake, or until we get Elder Drake, or a Dragon Soul. And it's going to be Cloud Soul, which means we probably have 15 minutes minimum until Elder Drake comes around, where people actually care about what the Dragon's going to do.
And we have 60 minutes until the Nexus explodes.
That's true. Yeah, we still
90-minute game, remember? We
at some
called
point,
this.
if the observer wants a bathroom break or something, just go back to that zoomed out view and we can just cast like that.
If you gotta go, hey, listen, it's fine. We understand. We can see all the action, okay?
Yeah.
I'll cast ants all day here, but we do see ShamWow looking to make ants of somebody else, and he's got the magnifying glass in his hand for sure, looking to take care of some things if he catches anybody out, as Quas is down here. Needs to be careful.
As they do. Noska, he's getting pressured, but again, this Black Shield keeps Noska alive, because it's difficult for Rel to push off this Black Shield, as well as Serenok, who, I mean, one bubble, it just gets absorbed immediately by Black Shield. You can even wait until the sleep comes through. That's the big one. And Quas, thankfully, actually able to try to keep ShamWow a little pressed away from this tower, or this inhibitor, my apologies. Okay, now he's getting... Quas, just put attention into it. Okay, he dives in now.
Yeah, but it's a little bit too late here. But on the other side of things, Kaisa tearing apart the team is going to find them going to sleep. Disconnector joins into the fray, laying out heaping amount of damage. But it is just Disconnector left standing, firing off the rockets. He has the range advantage, is getting it sighted. ShamWow looking to end the game on his own. Disconnector picking up a crucial speed buff to join into the fray. ShamWow finds the 1v1 versus Quas here. Now Disconnector looking to tag team up with ShamWow. They're looking to be superpower of destruction here as ShamWow goes on in. Devil to Grave finds himself going down. Kaisa trapped inside of a Hex Tech prison. And it is going to be ISU picking up game number 2.
Couldn't ever really get the setup for the fight that they were looking for. Even when they were able to find it, wasn't fantastic. They can't ever really get their pressure forward. They weren't allowing Serenok to be able to put pressure in, and ShamWow taking over the side lane. It was enormous for the side of ISU, who now take this to a game number 3 with the substitution in the jungle.
Yeah, honestly, ISU doing a great job for themselves, finding themselves the advantages. And, man, you got to talk about ShamWow up in the top lane, because there was not a single Sham involved in it. It was all the wow factor that came into that Camille, completely devastating the map, held an entire gold lead on his pockets. And, you know, that Camille, fair and balanced champion, man, and he absolutely demonstrated that what the damage those legs can do to a man.
The difficulty here, I think, for the side of Bay State was, again, if you're playing into a team with so much damage, you can't play front to back. You can never play front to back ever. And so your intention was, we got to get guys to the back line. We got to get other access of damage to back line to put damage onto Disconnector or onto Drudozer, whoever it is that's putting out damage. Problem is, ShamWow also wins the front line because he was so ridiculously fed. So now you're losing front line. If you lose your back line, or if you lose in the back line fight as well with your Kaisa, you're also just losing the fight. And that's what happened on a number of occasions where Drudozer was able to stall out enough time, and the rest of the team, especially Disconnector, was able to put the DPS in.
Put that DPS in, and that was exactly what they needed. And Disconnector, you know, he got that time pot for him, and we got to see him start popping off. It all started with that Baron, and then it just turned out south for the side of Bay State College. Now, I'm curious. Game 3, we're going in. Are we going to see more substitutes? Is there going to be more swap brands? Is there going to be a lot of adjustments made, or is it just going to be minor adjustments made? Because honestly, we saw a lot of early action around the bot side that led to some chaos ensuing.
That there was. I think part of that really did help the side of Bay State, and actually part of it did help cement Disconnector in getting some gold, or at least enough gold to compete in mid-game fights. So there's back and forth there. If they had played a normal game, maybe Disconnector doesn't take over a mid-game fight the way that you would want to. Maybe kills don't go over, shutdowns don't go over, and he doesn't go as rolling as hard as you would want him to be. So there's back and forth there. This game seems to be a lot of punishment around moving around the map, and especially finding people in right situations. There's no real pressure around objectives. Those are really slowly taken on both sides. That was 30 minutes with 4 dragons. That does not happen anymore after all the dragon changes. So these are two teams that just want to fight, and I think drafting a superior fighting team is the perfect way to go.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I am going to be keeping my eye on exactly what they'll be able to do. But listen, we can talk about the game all day, but we're going to go ahead and get ready to throw it over to a short break, because I know our analysts are jonesing for a little bit of time to be able to break down all of the action. I am expecting full 100% foolproof explanations coming out from our analysts, ladies and gentlemen. Join me for that, as when we come back from our break, we'll be able to see them. Don't go anywhere.
tug of war continues to be pulled in back and forth, and it seems like ISU decided, let's start going to the gym and pumping some iron, but just enough to put up a fight where it seems like a back and forth. But I don't know about y'all, bro, but it seemed like to me, both sides, like they wanted to win, and they didn't want to win, and then they were faking they wanted to win, and then suddenly they're both at the Olympics, pulling back and forth, vying for the gold medal. But I didn't know who actually had the advantage until it was over. But beatdown, all I can say is Camille Goodchamp.
Yeah, I think that's a really good summary, honestly, of how everything went down. I mean, although things were a little fiesta and back and forth, I think ISU got a really good early lead with that early TP play from ShamWow. That's really where everything started falling into their hands, where it's immediately level 3. You can see he is joined, gets 1 kill. He actually gets 2. That flash was actually kind of sick. And that's already a problem. 2 kills on your Camille, and I mean, the crazy thing is, it isn't over. At the end of this clip, he's actually going to pick up a 3rd, and this is a Camille with 3 kills at 4 minutes in the game. You just gave this Camille 1,200 gold this early. Like, the top lane is over. There's no one who can match Camille in the side lane anymore. Like, who's gonna show up? Shen? Okay. Zoe? Okay.
Okay, well,
All
hey, I mean,
right.
it's gonna go straight into our next clip. It was just more of that domination, just continuing kind of that snowball when we do see ShamWow up there doing some wonderful things when he's taking on a couple extra members. As
Look at this.
yeah, he just
Oh my
chased
God.
literally half Xehanok's health right there. Like, no big deal. I'm just walking away with my sunglasses, and it just shows a little bit more of that domination.
Yeah, Serenok committed the cardinal sin of being outside of his fountain. So ShamWow clearly took that personally.
Yeah, of course.
Literally, bro,
Yeah.
it's just that meme of like Sherlock logging into League of Legends, and I took that personally.
Apparently he did. Oh my God. Yeah, that's what happened. Camille
It's
Goodchamp.
such a bad time. I do want to call out 2 things out of that, though. It's like the Quas TP as well, that it was also like a little bit late going down at the bot side play where
Yeah.
he's committed a little bit just too late to actually have an impact on the dive. Along with that, Kane also comes a little bit late. Also, real quick on the Kane, I wasn't too sure what they're trying to expect with the play, considering almost none of the lanes really have priority, so wasn't too sure what the Kane was going to accomplish. And then at the end, he also goes blue K, which makes sense, yeah. But like, it's just the Kings just isn't able to have any impact on the game realistic until it gets to those super late team fights where sure he's able to chunk down 1 or 2 of the squishies, but by the time we saw ShamWow was just so far ahead. And although Bay State seems like they had the advantage here, Lennon, but then once it got down to the Baron fight, it was just that final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, it really was. It was again kind of like the first game, but on the other side of the table, right? It's that last little desperation fight, trying to find that last little bit to get you over the hump, but it's impossible to do so. As we're gonna see once we get that clip up on board, just to show a little bit more of how that kind of Baron fight went down to get us to the culmination of the 1-1 that we have now. Immediately, Potato just gets blown up. And then you see the continuation here. It's just the strongest members are still alive. GFP is still kicking, still working. And ShamWow the whole time was bot lane. It's kind of the essence that we saw in this game.
Yeah, it was just impossible for them to do anything at that point. They took a lot of damage from the Baron. Jinx finally reached those really key power spikes for Disconnector. And at that point, it was just so much damage available to them with the Cassiopeia as well. And ShamWow wasn't even there. Keep in mind, ShamWow winding his own business, taking turrets, taking inhibitors, taking more gold as if he needed even 1 more piece, which realistically, no. And yeah, like ISU winning that 4v5, even though the game went on for like, I want to say like 6 or 7 minutes longer. Yeah, that was it. It was done.
It reminded me a lot of like a little bit of a football game. They're just playing around the quarterbacks, making sure to get those passes. And we're not calling them throws, they're passes.
That's right.
Making sure that they get that going. Going into game 3, though, I've got to see some cleanliness come out from these guys. We have a little bit of rough and tumble couple games for these last 2, so that's what I'm keeping my eye on at least.
Now, with this final game coming into, Bay State will have their original roster back at it. So what worked for them before would likely work for them again. Like they noticed that, maybe these substitutions just genuinely are not working out for them. And we've seen that day in and week in, week out, sorry, where every single time they do come with B roster too, it does look, like you mentioned, Lennon, rough and tumbly. So perhaps we can see them clean it up, just make their bed sheets to be proud of themselves, pin up their time, be ready for a brand new day. All that being said, I believe we are ready for game number 3. So Travis and Rebel Fox, take us into it for the actual final game of the day. Take it away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to the desk for getting us ready for game number 3. We have the decisive points here. We have seen both of these teams win convincingly, and now it's going to be down for all the marbles. Who is going to be able to walk out of this with the much contested dub? We're about to find out. My name's Travis. If you're just now joining us, you've missed out on what has been a banger of a series, because I also got my co-caster, the ever so voluptuous Rebel Fox. How's it going, man?
I've been called a lot of words, but I don't think voluptuous is one. But, so I appreciate your compliment once again after what happened in game number 1. And yeah, coming into game 3, this has been an exciting series so far. I'm really curious to see now what Bay State's got up their sleeves for game number 3 when it comes to the roster. I think there's pieces that have been shifting it around, and whether or not they're actually going to bring out what I think has been working best for them is going to be important.
By the way, we have a lot of moves going in here. We got Sword Blue and Vitreous coming back in. So we're going to see them two coming in, and we are taking Quas out. So it is interesting. We are seeing Bay State just continuing to shape up things and change the formula. Just when you think you have all the answers, they are changing the question.
Yeah, their roster from game 1 actually looked really solid. And again, I'm coming around to Sword Blue and Victrix. I think that's a really good bot lane. Top lane, really fantastic gangplank performance in game number 1. I'm still not completely sold that it's not supposed to be Kwas that's playing in that top lane position, but I am willing to see it, at least that game 1 was a really good indication of what is possible for Minjani.
Hey, they're showing exactly what they want you to see there, and they are showing you the faith that they have over there in the boy up in the top lane. Now, we are getting into draft. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 1-1. These teams have been battling it out, duking it out all series long, and here we are going. And I'm curious, are we going to see Udyr and Seraphine banned again in the first phase on Illinois Hab? Blue side.
Nope, we're gonna see Earth. We could still see Udyr, and we could still see Seraphine. That is possible. I still think they're very strong champions, and again, if Illinois State doesn't play them, Illinois State doesn't play them. But this is much better suited when you're on red side banning those champions than on blue side, where you should be taking some of the power picks that are coming off the board, which I think that was part of what helped them in game number 2. I don't think it was the entire reason. I think that they're doing a lot of really good things. But again, when it comes to purely draft considerations, banning away those 2 power picks are much better on red side than blue.
Yeah, it kind of comes down to a weird flex, but okay. Illinois said we just don't need any of those on our side here. They don't want to lower themselves to that standard. I understand. Sometimes that's how it be, you know?
It do be like that sometimes, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But on the other side, Bay State is throwing out some bans of their own. We got a hover on the Katarina, kind of reminding Drew Dozer, saying, hey, you play this right? Nah, JK, we're going to ban Yone.
They're taunting him with it. If he's going to play it, it's probably going to be on red side too, so it's really unfortunate that they're taunting him, because I know Drew Dozer really wants to try to play that champion. If he finds the angle for it, he will play it. I know he will, but I don't think we're going to get that anytime soon during the course of this series, especially not with the game on the line and potentially playoffs on the line between these two, as we haven't talked about stakes since the beginning of the match. These two are still competing to try to make sure that they can get themselves into a position where they're good into playoffs.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just got news from our glorious production. Supernova got O2'd, by the way. So there was a loss on their part. I believe it was due to an FF. But it is going to be whoever wins this actually puts themselves in contention for a possible first place as well. which is another interesting storyline in and of itself. So all of a sudden the stakes, we thought we knew them, but they get even higher.
You have to think part of that's due to Supernova wanting to prepare for some of the upcoming tier 1s that they're going to be in, trying to participate, trying to win through those. You think of it as like they could give away more strats, they could play more kind of like competitive games like this or something like that. But we're not here to talk about Supernova. This competition just got even more fierce, like you said. Potentially competing for the #1 spot, getting some of the better seeding coming out of this group is really important. And both of these teams are looking to make sure that they're in that position. As Lilia gets taken first overall, Gluten-Free Panda looked really good on it. I think it was really crucial to that Baron fight, being able to do a ton of damage, having the impact that you wanted it to. It wasn't like the Talia at all. The Talia felt like it was underperforming, wasn't doing everything that they wanted it to. The Lilia looks a lot better on this team.
Yeah, and it was a good look to be able to see from the Lilia. We got to see some shenanigans happen in the early game when it came down to a Kane and Shen sitting in the bush. But they say, you know what, Rail definitely was not the problem. So they are going to go ahead and grab that and be curious to see what else Bay State would like to grab to go alongside with it.
Yeah, you'd want response to jungle. Okay, Devil the Grey goes for the Jarvan. It's been popping up every once in a while as just like this pick that some junglers go to be aggressive very early on into the game, and it can scale into an okay tank or even like a half bruiser where you go like something like
Core Drinker
yeah. Things like that could give you a little bit more damage and sustain on the front line, but you could go either, and it's perfectly acceptable. The big thing about Jarvan is just that you're pressing your advantage early. Combine that with a Rel, and you can do some pretty nasty stuff.
Yeah, the team fighting could be immense, but you gotta watch out in case you have a sweet tooth, because Caitlyn is a champion who will capitalize on that herself. And talking about sweets, we could have a Lulu, and this could be a very powerful flex coming out from the side of Illinois State. Go into Morgana.
Might be.
Morgana Caitlyn, you talked about it in game 1. There it is, locked in.
Gonna press that one, be able to use that Morgana in very efficient ways. I'm looking at an Orianna here being just a disgusting addition to this team, being able to add on to the Rel and the engage from Jarvan, especially being that massive ball delivery. This is a little bit of a meme, because I think, didn't Drew Dozer play it? No, it wasn't Drew Dozer. It was somebody else that played Annie. I'm not going to make mention of that, but instead they're going to lock their bot laner here. Jinx makes a lot of sense. I think Jinx was okay into Caitlyn back in the day because of the rockets, because of the wave here that you could bring. It's not the most aggressive lane in the world, but it can sit there, it can scale, and eventually it can outperform the Caitlyn in team fights.
Yeah, and when you have a Rail and J4 to lead the way, what better champion to pick than somebody who is going to be able to fire away from a safe distance there? So makes perfect sense. And now we are going into the last phase of bans, and Camille, a fair and balanced champion, unjustly banned here. Just absolutely cruel. JK ShamWow did phenomenal on that champion last.
Yeah, really good performance from him. And even crazier, it wasn't all off the back of just like completely demolishing Quas in the laning phase, which usually it's like, okay, if Camille starts snowballing, you're maybe bullying your opponent or something like that. It was just fights over and over again where ShamWow was just winning through the end of the fight, being able to pick up all the kills off the back end of skirmishes and things of that sort. That really caused all the issues. So it wasn't even ShamWow's just pure lane dominance. Instead, it was all over the map that you felt that pressure was being exerted.
Yeah, and it was a terrifying thing for anybody to behold. We have seen a couple of those. The Nasus band being hovered here, taunting away. Quas is no longer here, but the Nasus is being hovered in his respects. Almost basically, quintessentially, pressing F in chat right there.
Yes, they were. And now we get to see what comes out blind from Bay State College is both mid laners in the Zoe and in the Galio. They're taken off the board. Benjani might be put on Shen duty just to try to blind something that's going to be efficient. It does pair well with the likes of Jarvan and Rel when they want to go in. You can couple that with this taunt coming in from the Shen. It's what the intention was last game, except in a very more direct way. This was also really good from Benjani. He's going to blind the Gangplank top lane to throw some extra damage into the portfolio of this dive composition they've got together. I'm curious if ShamWow, I mean, he was on Camille last game. Does he have a counter pick for the likes of this GP?
Could be interesting to see. The Urgot is a champion that has been very strong as a counter pick in certain players' hands here, but Sion as well is going to go ahead and get that locked in, and he's been popping up quite a bit here recently.
Yeah, all of the tanks I think have been popping up just a little bit more as the ability to play for these ADCs. Things like Jinx have popped back up as consistent carries, and so as that happens, you need bigger and better tanks to be able to kind of counteract that or buy them space or something along those lines. Volibear is the hover potentially, which would be weird unless they're trying to throw mid lane Scion into the mix.
It would be very interesting. I was going to say that, but Zir was grabbed here. So Drudozer going to play a stable control mage. See what the answer will be from Serenok here is don't have the Zeref. You don't have the Zoe. We don't have the Gallia. What do you got to pop in here with? Is it just going to be the Orianna?
Yes, Orianna's taking. I think that's just a slam dunk pick. Honestly, I wouldn't have been like really petrified with that coming in at number 4 trying to counter pick top lane, but oh no.
Rebel, I want you to walk me through all the great things that you love about this Syndra pick. I know you're really excited.
Let me go ahead and do that for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, I agreed. Great points there, Rebel.
Yeah.
Great points
Okay,
there.
So, in a real sense, while I don't like Syndra, and while it can get punished by the Azirian lane, as do most control mages at this point in time, because Azir hasn't been nerfed off the face of the planet, which they will do over the course of the next 6 months, as Riot typically does. The good thing about Syndra, you won't hear me say those words often, there are good things about Syndra here. When you have this closed spaces that can be generated by Cataclysm, by barrels and things like that, it is much easier to access the damage that she does have, which is part of the reason why I really don't like her damage, and it feels like it's very low sometimes, is because you need to hit skill shot after skill shot after skill shot consistently during fights to put out the damage that she's capable of doing. This would be a composition that's capable of doing that. Soft CC in at least 3, and the hard CC in 2 places, her soft CC from a 3rd place in multiple varieties, in the barrel and the ultimate and things like that, means that Serenok has the capability of putting out the damage that Syndra is capable of doing so. So following up on all this hard CC is much better than just being a stun bot, which is where her role typically falls within compositions. You could play a lot more aggressive with your AP building and things like that. I wouldn't be shocked to see something like Seraph's, just to make sure you've got the wave clear to play into the likes of Azir, and scaling to 2-3 items will eventually get you into fights in a really meaningful way.
I also like the fact that it does pop the black shield, right? Like this is a champion who is actually pretty effective at being able to pop that black shield, which makes the Morgana's life a little bit harder. It's like when we see Morgana start popping up, people start playing stuff like brand support, right? Because it's just like you pop the black shield and all of a sudden it's a champion with a bind. It's the most terrifying thing about her. So I do like the idea of that, and they definitely did need a magic damage source. Yep. Bay State coming in here with a huge bit of team fighting to back up what they've got, but you know, over on the other side, there's a scaling. This mid game that we could see from Illinois State looks to be actually kind of terrifying, honestly.
That it does. I mean, when you've got Azir and you've got Caitlyn, you can siege up on towers. You couple that with, like, you've got bindings from Morgana, you've got marbles, and you've got the passive coming through to set up for the sleep coming through from Lilia, and then Scion in general, he can either ult the tower, Q underneath the tower. So much CC is there to control from this mid-range for Caitlyn and Azir to just put out DPS. That's a terrifying prospect. In the later stages, when you've got the ability to respond to that with Jinx and Rel, when Rel can jump in without a ton of fear, when you've got Gangplank barrels that are doing massive crits and things, you will punish that mid-fight really heavily from Illinois State when they're at that range where those barrels are going to be most effective, but it's going to take a little bit of time for that to happen. So Illinois State, like you said, this mid-game is where they're really powerful. Break Caitlyn out of bot lane, move her into top, move her into mid, siege on these towers, then use that to control objectives in the middle of the map. Even if you have to give first Dragon, first Rift Herald, pick up the next ones because they are yours for the grabbing on the side of Illinois State.
I 100% agree with you, man. That's just textbook Caitlyn play that we just got to just have dissected for us. Anybody looking how to play Caitlyn in any kind of competitive match, you can get Rebel Fox's documentary on how you should play it. He's written a novel for you that you have for yourself to be able to do, and that's exactly what we want to see from this type of a competition, right? You want to see that siege can come out from the side of Illinois State. And I am a little bit curious about how that will work, because we do have to recall last game was an advantage built off of ShamWow. ShamWow having an overwhelming presence. Zion, he gets to be a beefy boy, right? He gets to be a chunky lad. He can be kind of thick, you know, but it can be it can be a bit it's not the same champion, right?
Yeah. The difference with Sion in this game is while Camille's really good at split pushing, and then eventually you can kind of split team fights up with your ultimate, get into backline, be a diver, things like that. Sion is very in your face and forward. I press engage, I go forward, I fight now. The big thing about this Sion in this lane is that Gangplank, you get free stacks, so your ultimate's going to get charged pretty easily off of him because your Q is constantly going to hit. But Sion actually, I think, does win this laning phase, if I recall. If I remember back in the day, and it could be a while because it's been a while since Sion's been around. Emax and Comet are something that you can potentially go for, or even grasp if you want to auto trade against the likes of the Gangplank, and just take it to him because your health stack so quickly in this lane. Gangplank's not going to be able to kill you during the laning phase. You use that to get lane priority, and you shift into bottom at level 6. You shift into mid at level 6. You attack these lanes with that cross map ultimate that Sion's able to bring.
Yeah, honestly, it's a terrifying thing whenever you get to see a Buffy lad running at you like that. He got no nipples. That's the first thing that would catch out to me if I got ran down by a Sion. I'd be like, man, even if the man got no nips. That's just the fun fact.
The first thing you would notice about Sion if he was running you down is that he doesn't have nipples.
Yes, he's got no nipples and he's yelling cowards.
That's the first thing I would notice, since unfortunately that's what I called ShamWow in level 1, and maybe that's the callback right here. Is that I called him a coward in level 1 because of that, and here we are as Sion is playing here in this top lane, and no longer the coward potentially wanted to be a Chad in this one with his big tanky frontliner.
Looking to be the alpha male indeed here. Sham looking to continue to wow us here. And I will be looking to see it. We does have the grass, so is going to be looking to, as you were saying, walk up there and smack him a couple times with the giant axe that he has there. And is going to be looking to do that. No cheese coming out from ISU. They're looking for maybe a possible delayed invade, which is more to be a nuisance than anything. But looks like it is just going to be them showing up on this ward here. Beautiful ward placement, by the way, coming out from the side of Bay.
Getting ready for the potential late invade, but they're going to call it off as Nausicaa and Disca. Actually, they walk right back in. They're going to steal away Raptors at the same time. So
this is revenge.
This is revenge 100% against Devil the Grey as GFP. He's going to snag all the Raptors, and J4 is going to be without anything. If he goes to Krug, oh, no way! No way!
GFP is gonna find the devil, and the only person saying Eep is this J4. He's trying to run away. He's gonna have to smite the Krugs to be able to live the flash forward coming from JFP. Does he have the damage? He's smacking him around, but not gonna be able to find a kill. Now it's gonna be gameplay coming in here. It's gonna be able to find JFP. Will this just be the buff transfer coming in, as it will be first blood going over to the gameplay? It looked so good, and it got so bad for the side of ISU.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that GFP actually stands for Greeds for kills, because he goes in and tries to get the kill onto Jarvan for no reason. He literally took his Raptor camp. He took all of his health bar. He takes his red buff away. That is a cripple to the side of Devil the Grey. Devil Grey does nothing with this early game, and that's the reason you take Jarvan. So now, Disconnector Nausicaa, they're going to walk back up. They're waiting for, you gotta be kidding me, poor Devil the Grey. No!
He knew he had the sleepers. He knew.
Yeah, they did.
Like, yep, I know what you guys are going to do to
They're
me.
right back at it, man. They're right back at it. They're going to try to invade him a second time.
Yeah, no, they're not going to try. They're going to succeed. Push forward, make sure the binding hits of 100% certainty. JFP says he remembers the mantra of greed equals feed, but he is greedy and he is hungry, and the G stands for glutton, as he is just a glutton for Devil the Grey's jungle here.
Turn it off! Turn it off!
I'm talking about turning it on. Gameplay is getting it turned on up in the top side here. This is... Woo!
Okay, we're seeing something come back here, but poor Devil the Grey has just been completely bullied out of taking anything during the course of this game. Is now this Jarvan, one farm at 3 minutes and 40 seconds in, way behind GFP.
Oh,
GFP's got
flash
full
forward,
jungle.
but you get knocked up. You don't win those.
I hate this game. I hate this game. This is the last game I'm ever going to be casting my entire life. This is my retirement. I'm sick of watching this. This is ridiculous.
It's a 90-minute game coming
It's a
up here.
90-minute stop saying
90. This is the 90-minute dream here, but Scattered Week not connecting. So they're not going to be able to connect on that. But yeah, you know you want it to.
I mean, of course, everybody wants that, but It would
Everybody
destroy
wants
my
the 99
voice, but
guy.
it's already destroyed most of the time anyway. So
Yeah, yeah, but just like Sword Blue's getting destroyed by these auto attacks by Disconnector, it's absolutely putting the hurt on.
Yeah, the only person who's been punished this entire game has been GFP. Everybody else on the side of Bay State has found themselves on the losing end of a good number of trades. Serenok's actually doing some good stuff in the mid lane, trying to abuse onto Drew Dozer. Was able to get that faster back, and I think ended up with a ton of resources in order to sustain this laning phase with this corrupting pot into tier, which is insane to think about how much mana and health you get bonus with this, which is why you're playing it into the likes of Azir. But again, I'm so worried for the side of Devil the Grey, who now you've got nothing on this map for the foreseeable future. All of your camps are essentially down. You're looking for a gank right now, but if this doesn't work, you are so far behind.
Yeah, he's looking to try and salvage anything that could be possible. Devil the Grey knows that he has the angle. He could swoop in at any moment, but he has to play this just right. Vitcher's trying to do what he can to make things seem not too insane, but this wave is stacked up. It's hard for Devil the Grey to find an angle. But Sword Blue going in. Black Shield has been used. The Go Trigger has been pulled. Devil the Grey looking a little bit unsure here. Flag and Drag will connect, but they're underneath the tower, and Devil the Grey gonna find that null and voided. The binding connect. This just went from bad to worse as Invictus goes down to disconnect. Their Sword Blue is gonna be able to find the catch. A flag and drag will be enough to seal his fate. And Devil the Grey and Sword Blue have to be able to get out alive. 1-for-1 down here in the bot side.
What is happening, man? Devil spends like 2 minutes sitting on here, gets the trade, I guess, but it goes on to Rel instead of anyone else. Not the Jinx, not the Jarvan, who's currently down 24 minions across the map. No, it goes on to your Rel. What a disaster. God. This Caitlyn is going to be so far ahead of the likes of the Jinx. This Jarvan is never having an impact in this game whatsoever as long as Gluten-Free Panda has a say on anything. Man, this is not the early game Bay State was looking to have.
Yeah, they were not dreaming of this. That is for sure right now. This is not looking the greatest for them. They're going to look to try and do what they can. You can see the gameplay actually having to route through the red buff here to ensure that the camp is there and puts down a ward and everything. And you can even see the side of ASU saying, hey, that buff is coming up soon. We can go there.
They could. I'm actually looking right now at Drew Dozer specifically. Unfortunately, because Scion's pushed in, you can't do much in terms of topside pressure. Otherwise, I'd really want Gluten-Free Panda to just be like, hey, Drew Dozer, push out your wave, walk into topside with me. Instead, they're probably just going to control this bottom side, go for these bot side camps, get this Infernal Dragon, and try to win the game there. I mean, it basically buys you the first few dragons that ISU probably shouldn't have had access to in the right situation where this game played out the way you wanted it to. But again, we talk about how these level ones are impacting the game so heavily, how these collegiate teams put a good amount of effort into studying what happens in these early levels. And right there, you see double invade onto Devil the Grey, shut him out of this map completely. ShamWow, now even at the further defense of this jungle, means that if he steps in, he's out of vision. ShamWow.
ShamWow not going to be able to see that, and he's not going to be able to find a catch onto Devil the Grey there. So it's going to be just that. Infernal Drake was secured solo by GFP. And now it looks like Bay has been completely forced off of their tower as a result.
Yeah, 2 plates already here for the side of Disconnector and Nausicaa, and this isn't slowing down anytime soon, as the continued aggression will likely lead to more waves getting pushed under tower, more of their plates going down, everything else. Much as Devil the Grey is also going to get spotted before anything else comes through as well. Okay, Devil the Grey, does he want the smoke?
Yeah, he wants this. Emperor's Divide, thank you for getting him out of tower range, as that is going to be him being able to get out just fine. But while this is all happening, Vitcher's has been completely zoned off of the tower. Completely. They're trying to stop this blue buff tape, but GFP is going to be able to find that. And now it's just Vitcher's left here all by himself, an ace in the hole, but it is just going to be able to further zone this Jinx off the wave, and Disconnector is really just putting our herd on already 20 CS ahead.
20 CS ahead, 4 tower plates between Nazca and Disconnector. That is a ridiculous amount of gold. Combine that with the fact that first tower is probably on its way. There's no defense. Devil Grey has to come here immediately instead of clearing down to it, which is what he'd want to do since he's so far behind. As this tower continues to just get pressed onto. Gluten-Free Panda is still in the area. The health bars aren't there to fight. Man, all Disconnector and Nazca have to do are just continue autoing this tower. And what's your response right now? Gluten-Free Panda could even walk in and try to find this fight underneath tower because now Lilting Lullaby is built.
Yeah, Wilton Lullaby is available. Flag and Drag connecting, but it's not going to be enough as a spell shield there. Disconnector gets taken out, and Vitrix trying to take advantage of the moment, sees the day. But we're going to see GFP bowling for success here, as he will be able to lay out the damage. Time to go night-night. What you going to see as the binding does get blocked. That could have been it to secure the kill, but it is going to be nothing achieved at all here. And you can see GFP, he's hungry for that gold. He wants to be able to grab that first brick, but it is just going to barely be able to stand. What's the HP on that tower? That's 46 HP.
Yeah, that's one auto attack. Literally, Disconnector could walk up past this wave and just auto attack this without even taking a tower shot. And Disconnector is back so quickly because he was killed first in this fight that there's no chance.
Oh, is he gonna do it?
Joe, look at that! What is he gonna do?
He's gonna do it! What the lad?
Oh, he took Goodness.
Fun fact, while plates are up, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, it is tankier to take the tower. It's harder to take it, so you do want to push minions into it.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And even worse, like that could have been an easy punishment also, because all Disconnector really had to do was walk in with the minions, auto at one time, and then immediately you win. Actually, fight on top side.
We have a skirmish. Sword Blue getting caught out. Shamwell yelling coward. Sword Blue is in a world of hurt here, having to flash away. And Devil Grey was looking to try and do something over here on the top side, but ISU have complete control over this game right now, it feels like.
That they do. And now you can even put ShamWow in the long lane because there's no real threat to him. He's really tanky, has the armor starting to stack, and so there's no chance that this Gangplank is going to be able to come back and do anything up against him. This Morgana and this Caitlyn are now going to siege up on top tower, potentially with Rift Herald to be added into the mix as well, so they could even just snowball through topside, try to grab 2 towers. As Jinx, look where Jinx is at right now. She's the only one heading to topside, as Rel's actually coming down to cover in bot side for what seems like no reason. Yeah, you're able to protect your Syndra just a little bit, but Serenok doesn't need it. You need someone there farming to help Invictrix because he can't stand here on his own. This is real risky.
Yeah, the risk is definitely there, and
there's Rift.
Oh man, it is a Herald being summoned in. We are looking at 2 towers getting dropped before the plates even fall, and this is exactly what my boy Rebel Fox was just talking about in the Champ Select. This is how you play Caitlyn, just textbook on how to play Caitlyn Morgana as a lane.
Yeah, and right there, it seemed like there was just maybe, I don't know if it was miscommunication or if they were just off tempo a little bit for Bay States, but they rotated 4 members to topside to try to defend it, but they were slow. If they've got Rel there immediately, they could potentially look to outnumber with the rotation faster from Serenok after he's broken out of mid lane, but instead, they don't have 3 members top. They have 1 member top, and then they rotate Devil to Grey and eventually Serenok Sword Blue there, but it's way too slow to make the defense, and now can't even respond on the backside as Disconnector and Nausicaa get their shot at Serenok now, and like Syndra's fine, we have some wave clear to start things off, but eventually this Caitlyn will win this laning phase and just continue to siege on this tower. At minimum, this gives you perma priority in the mid lane up against the Syndra to walk down into Dragon Pit and grab your second of the game.
Yeah, and it is coming. It is up. It's that Mountain Drake Drew Dozer is going to be able to smell out a possible gank coming out here. Sword Blue's like, there had to be a ward in here. There had to be, but Drew Dozer's just saying it was basic elementary, darling. Not gonna be able to get anything else out of that, as now we have the 3-man party in the top side, call in the Gangplank ultimate, and now you got a party. It's Cataclysm coming in, and Drew Dozer gonna have to flash out of there with the Emperor's Divide, and we'll be fine.
And the defensive topside, they're going to bear down on this now, where you're going to be able to pull this away. But again, Serenok has no cover in the mid lane. Bottom lane's just getting completely pushed in by ShamWow. They have complete access to the dragon. Drew Dozer wasn't even dropped low enough to prevent him from defending this tower. I think overstaying will be his death, as Devil to Grey is trying to wrap around right now. But all they need to do is pick a tower to siege up on, and after they grab this dragon, that's all that's necessary. In fact, they're overloading on bot tower. There's no wave here yet, but they might be looking to just siege here instead, grab Gluten-Free Panda this blue buff. I'd like to see them try to punish this because, again, Drew Dozer's almost certain to go down right now. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it is looking like a tricky situation, but Drew Dozer, he's got the moves. He knows how to get around on this Azir. He is flashing the mastery. He's looking for another drift, but he's going to find himself out of place. Sword Blue finds the kill, but it's going to be a lullaby for the Syndra. Has to get out of harm's way, but that's a kill going over to the Morgana. Caitlyn also finds Rail as Sion joins the fray. It is just ISU looking to avenge Drew, and the Vitress is slowly but surely going to go down here as, wait a second, no!
No, Invictrix pulls out the clutch win up against GFP. This almost looks super good for ISU, being able to make the response. Drew Dozer pulling everyone into the Dragon Pit. I honestly really just wanted them to just siege up on this mid tower, pull this away, and give up Drew Dozer's life. Instead, they opt for the fight. I think it ends up going in their favor and getting the mid tower, so props to them. But again, it really tragic that GFP goes down to the Jinx, giving another kill over.
Yeah, you do not want to give kills over to the Jinx because, right, this is like their insurance policy. This is the main part of their DPS that they want to get going in favor of themselves. Like, they, of course, want the Gangplank online. They want the Syndra online, but this Jinx is going to be a major output of damage. I do want to talk about the fact that we do see the Gore Drinker coming out from Devil the Grey here, by the way, even though he is almost 60 farm down.
This is the what you would call, put in quotes, stock standard build for what Jarvan does right now, in that like most junglers play with this item as opposed to any other. I do think that Frost or Frozen Fist is another option potentially to go in as the Frostfire Gauntlet. It makes a ton of sense. It gives you slows, it gives you the setup, especially with your spear alone, or your flag alone, my apologies. And then the size advantage, it's just cool to be actually bigger and have all these flat stats. But most people are playing with Gore Drinker. I think this is a bit more of a snowbally build. I see why you do it, because when you go in, you can completely refill your health bar with a solid Cataclysm into Gore Drinker. But yeah, I don't disagree with you in the fact that I think in this game specifically, especially, actually, that's a lot of Drew Dozer.
He got caught by the Scatter the Wheat. The Cataclysm is going to be enough. You can summon any Sundisk you want, but it won't be there to fire away and save your life, as that will be a good pick. Made by BSC, but while this all happening, their fangs are getting bored down again on the side of Bay.
They are. Again, ShamWow has just been allowed to completely perma-push into the likes of this Gangplank, essentially punishless with all this armor and health that ShamWow has been able to stack. And the rest of their lane, I mean, this Caitlyn and Morgana have been able to just siege up on any tower they're looking for. Right here, look at this. You can't bring in Devil the Grey. He has no ultimate. You don't have Invictrix on a point where he's able to do the damage yet, especially with 2 items on the disconnector. And now mid-inner is just going to fall off the back that you played the top side.
And Invictrix uses the Gale Force smartly. GFP, it was too gruesome to see, but you saw in Vitress the end result. The corpse is there, and ShamWow finds the killing spree onto the GP. Now Sword Blue onto the side here, looking to possibly get the catch onto him, but we know that Rail is going to be able to dismount, and we're looking at this inhibitor tower going down here very shortly. This is huge.
And right now, like, Bay State has just been attacking Drew Dozer over and over again. They haven't been able to find consistent shutdowns. They haven't been able to get Serenok ahead. The only claim to fame they have is, like, Devil the Grey has 3 kills. That doesn't dig him out of the hole that he lost. Look at this, down 70 CS at this point. That is ridiculous to GFP. And you couple that with the fact that Disconnector got snowballed early, been around the map hitting these towers, now able to maybe even take Rift Herald, the 3rd Dragon, off the board, the fastest we've seen all series. And this is an ISU that's looking exceptionally dangerous. And Bay State, again, I'm kind of lost. At this point, you're just hoping that Gangplank and Jigs can get to the stage where you're able to carry on them, but I don't know that they're ever going to get there.
Honestly, look at, even though the score is 7-7, you can see the gold lead highly in favor of ISU. And honestly, the way ISU has been running a siege here is looking like a CeeLo game, because they're trying to speed run into the Nexus, and really and truly, it just looks just like that. The TP is coming in from the Scion. It could be a possible fight.
I mean, okay, so I don't know exactly what ISU is doing because they're getting pulled across the map. They're not going to be here fast enough to fight for this dragon. They honestly could have just gone up to Rift Herald.
Unleash power, but the Hourglass is there. It is going to be the Drake going over to the side of Bay, but Disconnector finds a kill onto Sword Blue to start things off. ShamWow is bulky. He is beefy. He is in this fight. It's a 1-for-1 so far. The sleep comes through and they drop the axe. And that is going to be them getting taken out. A triple kill going over to the likes of the Caitlyn, an ace in favor of ISU, and an open inhibitor for them to be able to claim.
This is such an aggressive play call from the side of ISU, where it's like they can take a safe play. Wait, what?
They're not claiming the inhibitor. I'm shocked.
Yeah, it's crazy because like they just went for the cutthroat play because it's like, okay, you could have gone for safe play, go Rift Herald into top side, maybe put one person in mid lane to shove up the wave, then immediately go top lane, probably get top inhibitor tower in exchange for dragon, maybe bot tower as well. But instead they're like, all right, no, we're gonna fight. We're gonna teleport ShamWow into lane, make them think we're covering there, and then we're gonna flank from around back, work our way front to back with Drew Dozer and Disconnector, and it wins. They are up 7,000 gold, so that's to be expected, but that is at least a risk you don't necessarily have to take. But instead they go for the fight. They're gonna be able to pull Rift Herald off the map anyway, and they get the fight win despite losing the dragon to base state for that dragon stacking potential. They're going to be slowed down a little bit. So the exchange is all this gold coming back into the pockets of a Disconnector, but also Drew Dozer got his first few strikes in these team fights.
Yeah, Drew Dozer really now starting to hit his stride. You can see the items actually coming out here for him too. Got that Leandri's, got that Verdant Barrier as well to make sure that these Syndra has a harder time being able to take care of him. While we're talking about builds and stuff, I do want to point out the Syndra's build, right? We got the Luden's Tier combo. Yeah. It's a very popular build. You actually get a lot of free AP once you complete that tier item.
Yeah, I told you, man. Like you can go for a greedier AP build here with Kai'Sa or with Syndra just because you need it to do more damage, especially when you have better access to your damage. You don't have to go for anything that's going to help set it up, or something like the Leandri's where all you have to do is hit an ability for it to take a little bit more damage ahead of time. Instead, this is the more burst oriented, and this is much more predicated on hitting all of your abilities. As now Baron is started up as well.
TP coming in. ISU is looking for the catch here. They have the Baron almost dropped down. J4 jumps into the fray, but it's going to be the Azir that secures it. Cataclysm is in there. They are in the mess, but this fight is so scattered. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but it is going to be a Vitress getting targeted, singled out, and taken care of. So they're not going to be able to find a kill before going down onto the Lilia, but now only Sword Blue remains, and a open inhibitor is there for the picking for ISU.
And no wave. Second wave is going to be coming in here. They have a tower also put up in the mid wave for Drew Dozer to siege up on. Rift Herald's going to get dropped by Disconnector. And man, they might just be going for the throats on this one. I know on the desk, one of my casting partners, or at least ex-casting partners, is, he hasn't really cast with me in a while. Thank you, Mizell, for not doing that anymore. But he's never seen this Rift Herald dance in-game or not in-game. And so what we're waiting on is whether or not Shelly can actually get to dance alongside this team.
Yeah, we're going to see if that possibly happens, but the defense coming on through here. ShamWow is going to go down. No dance moves to be broken out here, but Drew Dozer will dance around the nets as he TPs in their face, and that is going to be the game. It's going to be ISU picking up the series.
And what an incredible display after game one. That game one draft was a little crazy and things got a little wild to start things off with that Gangplank getting solo kills. But after that, they completely ran house. ShamWow did a lot better after the first series. Gluten-Free Panda looked really good on the Lilia compared to Hyper. I don't know if it was a champion difference or what it was. But again, Gluten-Free Panda seemed to have a much better impact than what Hyper did in the first game. And that one was just a pure display of aggression. Those level ones coming out, attacking that Jarvan, making sure there was never any comfort. That's really good stuff coming out from the side of Illinois State.
Yeah, Illinois State able to come in. And you know what? First two games, crazy. Lots of craziness happened.
Yeah.
This game started off a little bit of craziness, but honestly, you saw ISU play to their strengths here and honestly had I know on the scoreboard, I think it still said it was 7-7, that the kills were not correct if you did not notice that. But they just played their composition like picture perfect.
Yes, he did. Like I said, from that level one, they just had complete agency over the Jarvan. And once you take out that really big threat potentially from the Jarvan being able to attack lanes and do anything in the early game, you've now got yourself into effectively what is like an early mid game, which is where Caitlyn just gets moved around the map and demolishes towers. And they played to that perfectly. They played first Rift Herald. They played objectives after objective. They played to top side. They lost I think one kind of not great fight on top side where they were able to get collapsed on or something along those lines at some point. But outside of that, it was a really clean game from ISU, and they only got better as the series improved, which it speaks to me again about their adaptability coming into playoffs and their ability to beat some of these better teams like Bay State.
And that's what you want to see, right? Especially since Supernova did have that 0-2. They're trying to get ready for maybe that tier 1 coming up, and they're trying to prep for that. But then you see advantages open up for the side of ISU, and now you're looking at it like, oh, wait, hold on. Maybe they can get first place. There's a possibility here. You're telling me there's a chance? Could be it. But now we have, I believe, a 4-way tie for second place after that, and it was 5 entering today, actually, and like his has been an insane UPL season so far.
That it has, and we're coming into the last week. There's apparently our producers whispering in our ears that there's a situation which Supernova does not actually make playoffs, which it would be insane if that were the case. If Supernova, arguably the best team, the only reason they've lost games so far is I think they've lost maybe 1 or 2 games over the course of the season, but 1 series due to the fact that they forfeited. It would be crazy if they didn't make it because of how competitive this lower division is here.
Yeah, absolutely. But with that being said, Rebel, you and me, we've had our fun for the night. Is there anything that you would like to say before we send off the day?
I want to say hi to the desk. Hi, desk. Nice to see you. ISU, congrats on the day. Again, your adaptability and the fact that you subbed out your jungler, I think it shows quite a bit. And I'm excited coming into the end of the season as we get into our final week of play before playoffs starts off to see where these teams are finally going to land, because this group has been on a knife's edge for so long.
Yeah, absolutely. And that being said, my name's Travesty. I've been joined here by Rebel, and I've got my cat here too. He's chilling, big chilling. He's a fan of Upsurge. You should be too. If you haven't already hit that follow button, you should go ahead and do it. That being said, I've got a spoiled rotten cat to take care of. So Desk, go ahead and take it away.
Who would have thought it? Who would have thunk it? Who would have believed it? Now, I know Leonard's celebrating yet again, proving himself to claim the crown, which I was going to go point across the board. I'm not even mad that I lost. I'm just happy that Beatdown did, personally. That is where I take my true victory. So, Leonard, congratulations on you being the two king of predictions yet again. Like, honestly, just host capping across the board. It's like Beatdown being wrong. Another week, another loss, bro. I'm not even shocked at this point. And neither should you, social media guy. Stop it. That's what happens. But let's go ahead and break down the game real quick, though, and see what happens when ISU execute to their original win conditions.
Yeah, and it's not like the original win conditions, because of course usually they play through ShamWow on the top side, but this time they put him on the Scion. He still did manage to get that solo kill onto Bajani, which we absolutely take those much better than how things went in game 1 against Bajani's Gangplank. But overall, the rest of their win conditions kind of fit. You got a good jungler in the Lilia. You have a farming bot lane, a really oppressive one too in the Caitlyn Morgana, and Disconnector got so big. He picked up so much plate gold, was at least 20 CS ahead at pretty much all times after the first couple of minutes, and it was just insane how strong this Caitlyn became. It was just so easy at that point for ISU to just team fight their way towards the end of the game, even though Bay State did give them a couple good looks.
Yeah, played to their strengths for sure. Like, especially when you're leaning down towards that late game or towards those team fight decisions, at least. You can play all you want through the jungle, through the top side of the map, but if you're getting those leads bot side, you need to transition down there. You need to push that lead advantage. And we've been seeing Caitlyn rise to a lot of prominence here now with some different buffs, some nerfs coming through for some other ADCs. So it's interesting to see what we can see develop from this Morgana Caitlyn pickup and see if we see it some more.
Now, Morgana is one champion which I like to describe as just the absolute birth and death type champ, because whenever I get locked in by her, I feel as though I've gone and lived a full life. And when I finally get unstunned back again, then I just immediately die. So it's a genuinely exhilarating experience, and to have people see them go through the exact same thing, I know the men of culture, because they've actually come back to us, having having grown old and being reborn again down in that bot side. So it's a fun time across the board for everybody here. But with that, ISU will take the 2-1 victory. So GG's to them and massive congratulations go over Bay State. They definitely need to clean up a lot more if they are to come in and possibly make playoffs for the next couple weeks. Though with that, we do have updated standings for you all as well. And all of these are correct playoff implications across the board for the Barron Conference. All 4 playoff teams have been locked. Walker Developmental, Conviction, Revival, and Dawn are in it to win it. And on the other end, for the Elder Conference, although Supernova was almost a sure thing, there are still 2 scenarios where they might not make it into first. That being that they either lose 2-0 to GVU or Windstorm loses to ISU 2-1. Sorry, so both have to happen. Sorry, to be for them to not make it at first. But I'm thinking, their chance pretty locked in tight. So I'm going to put it out there. The Supernova definitely has locked in first right now in the Elder Conference, but still, yet again, almost a 4-way tie for the rest of the team. So next week is going to be extremely important for all of these teams in Elder to see who will make it, who will break it, and who will go home right here on UPL Survivor Island. Now, with that, though, Len, I'm going to pass off to you. Any final words or thoughts you want to get across before we close off?
I really liked some of the decisions coming into Game 3 for the side of ISU. I think they cleaned up a little bit of things that we saw throughout the series, at least. And I want to see that continue. As you said, it gets more important as you go further into the weeks. And next week being the most important, got to secure those playoff spots. So a lot of growth to be had from this series, hopefully for both squads. But it's looking like a spicy bracket going forward.
And I just want to throw in real quick too. I'm pretty happy. We've seen Gluten Free Panda play before. I think he's definitely improved over these last couple of weeks. And one thing I also want to highlight and is he just doesn't seem to care anymore. Like he just goes for the craziest plays, tries to 1v1 ADCs, and I rate it, but turn it down just a tiny bit, just a little bit. Well, all in all, good stuff from ISU. Well deserved.
Exactly, sir. That's what we call it. W King forward without a care in the world.
Yeah.
Bro. So respects you on that. This man has a heart of steel. Does not care.
And beat down. Maybe I'll give you your crown back one of these days.
I knew you had one more in you.
Exactly, but so take that with all being said, you gentlemen. I'm gonna go and close on the show for the night. Leonard, thank you very, very, very much for being with us, man. It's an absolute pleasure and honor having you on and had a ton of fun. Beatdown as always, bro. Thank you for being by my side. It was a production team with Hyper and Hayes, making us look good, and a catch for the night, Travesty and Rebel Fox, for giving us a solid cast as always. But I've been ravishing, most ravishing man on the internet. Thank y'all for watching. Stay safe. Peace.